Casey Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates Casey Electric for their support. Casey Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. Casey Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, Casey Electric services all brands of AC units. Give Casey Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Good evening and welcome back to a brand new season of the Big Red Machine Show right here on the Good Country, WJSB and WAAZ FM in Crestview, and a couple of others we've added to since last year, so we'll be telling you more about that as time goes on. Let's welcome back our band director at the Big Red Machine at Crestview High School for a brand new year. Welcome back, Jody.
Thanks, Dad. It's good to be back here. Appreciate you being here again to do our Big Red Machine Show, and Mr. Whitaker and all the folks back at the Good Country. It's wonderful to be back doing this again. I believe we counted this as our 31st year of the Big Red Machine Show. And every time I tell my friends that we have a radio show, they just can't believe it. They're jealous of it. And I said, well, that's what's good about being in Crestview. We have a hometown radio station that we've had for all these many years, and it's one of the things that helps Crestview remain that hometown feel with one school, one team, one band, and I, for one, hope that we never lose that, no matter how big we get. Right. I want it to always be the Crestview Bulldogs and the Big Red Machine and the Good Country. That's been quite a partnership for all these years, and I want to see it continue for years to come.
Absolutely. It's been a very pleasant journey, and every year it seems to get better and is never the same to me.
Absolutely.
There's always some new addition to the program or to the school itself, and by the way, a lot of construction going on.
How about that? We've got a brand new, beautiful, multi-purpose facility in the back of the school that's going to house not only athletic programs, but also testing and other programs. It will serve a huge portion of our school population, and it's a beautiful building. It's something we can be very proud of. In addition to the 8 new classrooms that you see up on the front side of the building, where our freshmen are going to be taught over the coming years. Really excited to see the improvements and the growth. And if you look at the footprint of Crestview High School, we have plenty of room to grow.
Yeah.
And we welcome the growth and look forward to the expansions, and still putting everybody under the same roof of Crestview High School.
Wow, that's a lot of students at 2,300 this year.
Yes, sir. That's about right. And we're one of the largest high schools in the northwest part of the state. As a matter of fact, you got to go a pretty long way.
Yeah.
You've got Navarre High School, and of course Niceville High School are of similar size. But again, you walk the hallways, and the population of our school is still in good behavior, good everything else, and it's just really a tribute to our teachers, our staff, and our administration. And speaking of our administration and things that change in our family, we want to welcome our new principal, Ms. Vicki Hayden, to Crestview High School. Ms. Hayden is a alumni. She graduated Crestview High School. I won't say when, I'll let her do that, but it was a couple of years ago. And she is also a former member of the Big Red Machine.
Wow,
and,
that's great.
We're certainly
Fits
excited.
Right in.
Absolutely. We're certainly excited to have her as our leader, and I know that she has an inspired vision for our school, and because similar to our previous principal, she knows what it means to be a Bulldog,
right.
And I know she's going to continue that fantastic tradition, and we're very, very excited and happy and grateful to have Ms. Hayden as our new big dog.
All right, welcome to Vicki, and look forward to having her on the show also.
And I promise you, we're going to get her on the show, and we'll have a good time with that. She's a wonderful person, and I've been very impressed with her immediate grasp of the importance of taking care. She's got a big reach and she's looking out for everybody, and she's doing a great job. And certainly we're going to encourage her to pick up that clarinet again and come play with us. And we're going to talk about the Alumni band coming up here in a little bit in the show.
Yeah.
But as we
hear a lot about that.
Yeah, and we're gonna
a lot of posts on the.
Believe it or not, it's 85 years of the Crestview band this year. So, as we talk about all the things that are evolving and changing and happening, this is yet another year. And with my staff, we talk about rebuilding the mountain every year, and that all starts way before the football season even starts to think about coming around. We have to start planning the show. Believe it or not, I have the title and a couple of the songs that we're looking at playing next year already written down on my desk calendar in my office.
Wow.
It's a never-ending. Absolutely, it's a never-ending process, and it takes a long time to produce the final product of the concept and the ideas and the everything that goes into it. We have our music custom written for us, and we have the drill and all of our parts that we give to the kids to do is written especially for them.
What?
So
I didn't know that.
That takes a long time to do, but it all starts way back in the spring of the previous year. We have a meeting with all of the upcoming members of the Big Red Machine in May, and then from there we have our calendar established for the whole year. We tell them where we're going and what we're doing. We preview the show. We tell them what the show is going to be. And then we move on into the summer, and Sean's going to be here in a little bit to walk us through a little bit of what that means. But what we're seeing right now is the beginning stages of all of those plans coming to fruition and seeing the mountain being built over the next several weeks. So I encourage you to come along with us and watch us as we build this mountain, and watch what these kids can do. Our show this year is entitled Heroes. And when I first came up with this idea, I wanted to avoid the typical superhero kind of pathway. There's nothing wrong with those ideas, but I think our true heroes lie in different areas. It's fun to watch Superman and Spider-Man and all of those, and some of that music is great too. Mm-hmm. But I felt like we needed to honor our real heroes, our moms and dads, our first responders, our servicemen and women, our veterans, our doctors, surgeons, people who are everyday heroes.
Right.
And our show this year is dedicated to whomever your hero is. That's who we are featuring this year, paying tribute to those folks. And we hope that spirit will come through in our music. The music that you'll hear is everything from John Williams, playing a few of his greatest pieces, to a song from the 80s that you may remember from a famous movie, Holding Out for a Hero. And then a couple of things that you may not be familiar with. Walking with Heroes is a brass band piece that we discovered, and it's just absolutely wonderful. And then when we finally get the mountain built, the mountaintop is America the Beautiful.
Wow, great! I love it.
With some parts of a piece written by one of America's greatest composers, Morton Gould. Mm-hmm. So it is a tribute to our personal heroes, is a tribute to our country, and to everything that goes along with making this the greatest place in the world to live.
Absolutely. And Jody, thank you for allowing us to find out some of the things that are going on
Absolutely.
At the high school, the home of the Bulldogs. And we're going to take a break here for, guess who?
Casey Electric.
Casey Electric.
All right.
Yes, this is our 31st year, and they've been with us, I believe, for about 30.
Yeah, almost all of it. So our thanks to Casey Electric for your continued support of the Big Red Machine.
And we'll be back right after a break for our sponsor, Casey Electric. And we'll be back with the second half of the Big Red Machine show, and we'll be meeting the rest of the Big Red Machine staff.
Casey Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates Casey Electric for their support. Casey Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call. 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Welcome back to the Big Red Machine Show. This time let's speak with Sean. And Sean, welcome back to the show for a brand new year.
Oh, it's great to be back. Thank you for having us.
All the time. Tell us about some summer activity that you've been associated with this past summer.
So, usually a typical high school student kind of gets the summer off to kind of relax and kind of have some personal time. But our students hit it right away. During our Memorial Day weekend, actually just before Memorial Day weekend, we held our Rookie Day, to where the new members of the BRM, they come in. We teach them how to march, how to everything from how to stand to the actual movement. We listen to them audition, so we know what class they need to be placed in. And then after that, in June, we hold our percussion camp and color guard camp, to where these students spent time about anywhere from 4 to 8 hours a day working on technique and placement of where they're going to be in the program. So a lot of dedication within these students. And a lot of hours spent even before the first day of school.
It always amazes me when they're out on the field, how they find their place out there and how they remember which direction to go.
Right, definitely. And all that happens the last week of July and the first week of August. It's what we call our band camp.
Right.
And we spend what coaches call two-a-days, where we go from 8 to 12 in the morning. We learn where they're going on the field, and then we take a break in the heat of the day to kind of give them some downtime and to cool off. And this year it's...
especially this year.
Right. And I'm not going to lie, about the week before band camp started, I was getting a little nervous because big heat wave, but we were really fortunate during our two-a-days, and it was... I'm not going to say it was cool, but we were lucky with the weather. Right, not like it's been this week.
Yeah.
So, we'd take a break, and then we'd come back from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. where we'd continue and pick up where we left off in the first rehearsal of the day.
Well, it just doesn't happen, does it, by itself? You got to put in a lot of work and time to get it down. Right,
to build that mountain that we always talk about, you need that. It's a lot of front end work, so a lot of work there, so we can build that momentum going into the football season.
Well, I'm sure that everyone has had a good experience this summer with the Big Red Machine and have along the way built up that or caught on to that pride of being a member of the Big Red Machine, and that spurs them on to stay dedicated to it.
Oh, definitely, yes.
Okay. Well, let's see who we got left here. Oh yeah, Ms. Whaley is back.
Hello, I'm back.
Hey, glad to have you.
Good to be here.
All right, have you had a good summer?
It was a busy summer, very busy, as Sean just talked about, but fun. Yeah, it was fun.
Okay, well, tell us some of the things that you've been working with.
Well, what I want to talk about is, everybody sees the Big Red Machine, the big marching band, but there's a lot that goes on in our band room during the day. We're busy all day long. So we have jazz bands going on, 2 different jazz bands during the day. We have 2 different chamber classes that have about 60 kids in them total, where the kids break up into their little small groups and learn and play there. So there's a lot. The color guard classes going on, bunch of classes.
Wow.
And we've even had, we were able to have a guest artist come in yesterday, a woodwind quintet from Florida State University.
I saw something about that.
Yeah, they came and they played for our students and were able to answer questions that our students had. They asked really good questions. They even coached one of our groups, played for them, and they were able to give coaching. And we talked about it today in our with our students. And I asked them, I said, what are some things you you liked about it? What do you remember? And one kid just popped out. He goes, I just love live music. And I said, you're right. You're right. It is great. So, yeah, we're looking for more opportunities to do that throughout the year and bring in people to play for our kids. And
right, seeing what happens maybe to them another year or two.
Exactly. That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
10 years from now, that could be them.
Getting ready for it.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Jody, bring us up to date on some of the things that we have not covered that you might pop into your head.
So coming up soon, in a couple of weeks, is our alumni band. If you're an alumni of the Big Red Machine, we hope that you have seen all that information on our websites, through Facebook and the BRM alumni page, and we hope that you'll come and join us on September 8th, the Choctawhatchee game. We're going to celebrate the 85th year of the Crestview Band. So that was all the way back in 1938 when Romulus Thompson was charged with starting a band, and it began as the Okaloosa Band. And we're going to have some special guests with us there that night, and have the alumni band join the Big Red Machine on the field for 4 of the Big Red Machine's greatest hits, and just have a really good time celebrating the oldest band in Northwest Florida, which is a Crestview Band.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that? And so we
What
do
a
this.
band.
Yeah, we do this every 5 years, and so this is our 85th. It's hard to believe it's been 5 and 10 and 15 and 20 years already since we did the 65th. I just remember that like it was yesterday. And we've got several of our alumni members working hard behind the scenes. Graham Fountain, of course, is a moving force in our program, and Kristen Rames-Gatlin is heading up everything for us, and Judge Clifton Drake is also helping us out, and we're very proud of our alumni members, and they are very proud to be former members of this band, and we want to celebrate them and our current members, and as we look towards the past, we celebrate the present and look forward to the future. So come join us if you're an alumni member on September 9th.
That's going to be a big event right there.
September 8th. September 8th, that's
September
right.
8th?
Friday the
Okay.
8th.
Remember that. All right.
And then, as I said before, come go with us throughout the season, and we wanted to pause right here, and as we go along the season, we would be remiss if we didn't say good luck, best wishes, and our best possible hopes for our football team. Coach Thomas Grant, who is also a former student at Crestview High School. I love the fact that we have all of Crestview coming back to Crestview, and
Good.
I think that's a very cool thing, and very proud of Thomas and what he's doing, and wish he and his coaching staff the very best for a wonderful season. We're there to support the Bulldogs in any way we can, and we wanted to say come cheer for the football players, the cheerleaders, the dog pound, the ROTC, the dancers, and enjoy being around the students. This is a kid activity, student activity for the students, and come support those students. And like I said, just I say this all the time, if you come hang around these students, they will make you better. They will make you feel better.
Yeah.
They'll make you have a more positive outlook. It certainly does it to me every day. We see a student coming down the hallway as we're holding the door, and we say good morning, and we see the big, bright, beautiful smiles and a good morning, and it just makes it all worth it. And we say all the time, and that's why we do what we do. So come go with us and help us along this journey and enjoy the 85th year of the Big Red Machine.
Absolutely, and I believe they're still accepting pictures.
Absolutely. I think the deadline's coming up soon, but look on our Facebook page, Big Red Machine Alumni, look for the website, and get involved.
All right. Thank you, Jody and Kim and Sean, for being with us again to get this brand new year kicked off, and we hope that you will be able to attend some of the games, if not all, and of course, if not, then you can keep up with them right here on the Good Country. So let's close it out with the Coaches Show, and Tim English has that for you with the Bulldogs football head coach, Thomas Grant, whom we've been talking about here just about 5 minutes ago. And then it's Countdown to Kickoff, and that's coming to you live from the press box with Tim and Dusty. And then it's live play-by-play right here on the Good Country, WAAZ at 104.7 FM. And thegoodcountry.com, and also Facebook. And remember, Once a Bulldog, always a Bulldog, and
Go Dogs!
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be Bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Well, we're with Coach Thomas Grant. Coach, last week, let's just talk about it briefly. We went over to Scambia. I guess before we even break that down, we've got to say that was one of the best defensive lines I've seen in a long time. Your thoughts?
Oh, absolutely. I told a couple other coaches that's the closest thing to the Armwood defense that we've seen in the Panhandle.
Yeah.
And they might have been the best defense I've personally seen since 2000 Pine Forest. That had a bunch of Division I guys on it and ended up winning the state title that year. But it was definitely a good measure stick for the young dogs and
the young dog,
yes,
young guns.
Yes, sir. So look, there's only one way to go up.
That's right. I think I said that in the coaching show last week. But
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so let's look at it briefly. You had a game plan, and for us broadcasters, when you don't know, the clock's not running, there's no time. You think you're driving down the score, and then all of a sudden the other team's got the ball. It's sort of. And so tell us a little bit about your game plan and what you wanted to accomplish, and did you accomplish what you wanted to accomplish?
One thing we want to do is evaluate players, and we wanted to give the ball to about 2 or 3, each in different situations, whether it's receiver, running backs, and get them to see what they could do, and that's something that we accomplished. It really wasn't about down a distance or playing a football game. It was about evaluating players and what could they do with the ball in their hands, given the opportunity.
What did we run, about 50 plays or so, 40 or 50 plays?
Yes, sir.
Something like that.
Plays, yes, sir.
Let's talk about what you saw, and let's start with the positive things that you sort of took away from that.
Well, one thing is that we're healthy. We're going to be full go for Rickards Thursday night. I thought Turtle, quarterback, did a great job under under extreme pressure. That he handled himself. I think he was 13 of 17 off the top of my head.
Did a great job just passing it around.
He did.
Finding his target.
Yes, and that's what he's going to have to do. We want him to be that old school point guard, get the ball out of your hands as quickly as possible and into space to our guys. So I thought Patrick Rogers was a difference maker when he had the ball in his hands. Zay Tassin, number 4, he caught one ball and it showed his explosiveness. Right. Phillips and Comas did a great job at receiver, and then
McQueen,
did very
backup
good.
Quarterback.
Backup quarterback, yes. And then
did he play that
Green,
position
as a freshman?
As a freshman?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay,
yes,
here's your
our freshman quarterback. Yes, sir. And
he didn't look bad. Hey, look, he's got a little bit more speed, maybe.
Yeah.
His presence, his stature looks really nice. It's just maybe learning.
Yeah, just learning. And he's gotten. Look, he's grown a lot since last year. I can't be more happy with his growth, and if he has that same growth from
only
now
to
only a sophomore from now till next year, the sky's the limit for him. He has every tool to be one of the great quarterbacks to come through here.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a kid that looks the part, first of all.
Yes, sir.
Because it's hard. We've had Thigpen and a couple other kids that actually had the stature that could see over the line, right? Now, Rusty, of course, did a fantastic job. But to have that and the speed and have time to develop, you've got to have high hopes for that position.
Oh, right. Absolutely. And like again, the strides he's made from year 1 to year 2 is remarkable. And I'm expecting the same thing from year 2 to year 3.
In our division, what percentage do you put the game on the captain or the quarterback?
Look, for what we do, it's the most important position on the field because we have they have so much responsibility pre-snap, post-snap, making sure people are aligned right, everybody's doing their job. There's there's a lot of thought process going into every single play call and snap.
As you played a team like Escambia that comes in probably destined to go deep in the playoffs, so that gives you an idea about that. Now, our first, you was rotating your teams out. Basically, if I'm not mistaken, the 4 touchdowns that we gave up, only one, I think, was on our first string defense, wasn't it?
Actually, none was on our first team. Now, there was a time where they would have had
closed that one long run.
Yeah, they had 3rd and goal from the 3, but then the backups were going in, so they moved it back. So obviously they had 1, 2 more plays to potentially score. But I was very happy with their defense. I thought they did a great job. I think we ended up getting 6 to 8 sacks. They did not rush the ball for a high number. I think it was right at 2 yards per carry, which we can definitely live with. I mean, a couple times.
And we was in the backfield a lot too. I know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look, we're going to be smaller and quicker. We're going to have to use that to our advantage. I thought the young secondary, which started 2 sophomores and a freshman, I thought they did a heck of a job. They got behind us maybe once or twice, but the ball was overthrown. And even their one long pass that was really completed, I thought we were in great coverage. It was just a perfect throw, perfect catch type scenario.
It was.
2 of their screens popped against our backups. And that's what we're correcting this week. Learning from. But I was very, very happy with the effort. There were several times where we paused the screen on the tackle, and there's 8 to 9 guys around the ball, which is always a positive thing.
That's very positive. A lot of positive things. Let's look at some of the things you see that we've got to correct and correct quickly. Just nothing maybe minute, but just overall.
Well, number one and foremost has to be up front. That's not the offensive line is. There's been a certain standard here set by offensive lines in the past, and there's
yours truly.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people better than me, but thank you.
Right.
But it's something that we got to do a better job of, and there's there's open competition right now, but for some of them, 4 of them, that was our first varsity snap, and to go against a defense line like that was definitely the old saying, throwing a dog in the pond.
I mean, that had to be. I was wondering at any time where the mindset of those kids were like, my God, I can't do nothing right, or they're just beating my butthole,
And look, and it's like I told them, I said, from watching film, were they a little bit better than we are, their defense line, their offense line? Absolutely. But some of the stuff was self-inflicted by not taking the proper step, by not putting my head on the correct play side. So it goes back to technique. I remember, look, one of the best I've ever coached is actually coaching the offensive line right now, Nick Brown. I remember him, going against a guy that played in the NFL his senior year and was a state champion in weightlifting, and that guy never made a play. And Coach Brown was 230 and maybe bench 230. It was all about his technique, and he was coachable. And so, look, obviously does it help to be big and strong? Yes, it helps. But technique is way more important on the offensive line and want to, So that's something that – we're going to drive hard home this week.
Anything in special teams? Well, we didn't do a lot in special teams, but what about your DBs or receivers or any of those athletes?
Well, receivers just is making sure we're understanding the concept and where to sit down, where not to sit down. We ran a couple wrong routes. We were a little bit too deep on a couple of our crossing routes. We want to be a little bit shallower. So
dropped a few balls. But
yeah,
I mean,
but just little things. And secondary wise is just matching up to the offense's concept through our coverage. There's a couple of times that we'd have a cover 3 corner, maybe, follow the one receiver a little bit too much, and he needs to stay deep as the deepest guy. So just mental little things like that. But again, that also comes with lack of experience and being a young team. So, which is all correctable.
And you said the help, we're going to be full Monty against Rickards.
Yeah, we're going to be full goal. We get Appleby and Parks back. I'm excited to see them in practice today. Because
how do you deal with the heat, knowing it's going to be 104?
Well,
how does that work?
Tuesday we're going to go at nighttime from 6 to 8. So make sure we get at least one full day. Monday, we have to go right to school because there's JV and freshman games.
That's right.
And then on Wednesday, hopefully we can at least do a walkthrough and have our team dinner. But that's the reason Tuesday night we're going at nighttime, to make sure we get at least one day of full pattern practice in.
Yeah. So you don't have a problem turning the lights on and just let it rip at night.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I don't go to bed till 1, so it wouldn't bother me being up until 10, 11 o'clock at night anyway. So now my wife might not like that, having 3 kids at home,
or
but
maybe some parents.
Yeah, some parents. But look, it gets to a certain time where we have to get at least 1 practice in.
That's right.
You know, and that's kind of partly some of the things that I dislike about the rule, and I've expressed it to some of the necessary people, and obviously I need to go higher up the chain, but to me, and especially for JV freshmen that play at 5 and 7, is that to me, if we can't practice and we can't condition, then we're doing more harm than we are good. Because now we're expected on Monday to play a JV game or a freshman game where these kids have had 4 or 5 practice canceled because of the heat, but yet they're not going to play in the heat. They're going to play in the heat. I mean, do contractors need to start bringing the wet bulb to their construction site? I mean, obviously this rule was put in place because there's certain coaches that abuse their privilege.
Right.
You know that's not the case here, and for the most part, that's not the case anywhere. No coach wants to put their kids in harm's way. So I think it needs to be adjusted where we can at least have a walkthrough, no matter how hot it is, or run no matter how with no pads on.
With us starting earlier in school, the way back when I was in school, it went until after Labor Day when we just started. So we're in August playing 2 or 3 games. Mm-hmm. September may be sometimes a little hot. Do the referees have a discretionary decision on giving extra water breaks or no?
I don't know about extra. I don't think extra water breaks.
You
get 1 a quarter, yes, sir. And
okay.
And hopefully that's not when we're driving. Hopefully he's at a dead ball period.
Right, that's right. Okay, when we come back, we're going to talk about Rickards coming over Thursday night here at the Doghouse. We'll be back after a word from our sponsor here on WAZ 104.7.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be Bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Well, we're back with Coach Thomas Grant, second-year coach. Coach, we talked a little bit about playing Escambia and how good they really looked. Their defense was outstanding, and even with that being said, our quarterback went 13 for 17. You saw a lot of good play from your kids. Some areas where we have to improve, and of course, again, you've got a young team. Have had to cancel some practices. That's part of it. I get it. But as we move forward, we're starting out with a team that we didn't play last year. I don't remember. I remember going over there a few years ago and calling a game. I can't remember what year that was, but you said Rickards comes over with 1 guy, number 3.
Well,
might be the guy, and we got to stop.
Yeah, he's definitely, just watching the film, he's definitely the guy that has our attention. He can take it to the distance at any time. He will more than likely be the fastest guy on the field.
So if he gets past the secondary,
it'll be tough.
Probably.
So we're going to try to corral him before he gets started. But saying that, I mean, they got some speed at receiver. They got a very athletic quarterback. Defensively, they look the part everywhere, and they can really, look. It's definitely not a slam dunk by any means. And I could be wrong on this, but Coach McSween and Coach Gillis believe that I don't think Crestvew's ever beaten Rickards in football in program history, but again, we might be wrong on that.
I can't remember. I believe the last time I remember calling the game over there, we lost by 5.
Yes, sir. And then they played here twice. They beat us by 10 one year when we had 5 turnovers, and then another time I think they beat us by 3 over here. And then I remember playing them. I think it was my freshman or sophomore year, and we lost a close one to them. And I don't remember that much of playing them in the 80s. So, look,
they're always athletic. Let's just put that
extremely athletic. Right, so, and look, and Coach Lewis at Rickards, he does a good job. They're organized, and he definitely gets his kids in the right position to make plays.
This game is because we had a last-minute change in our schedule last year to go down to Orlando to play a team out of Pennsylvania. So you've got them just for 1 year on the end of your contract, right?
Yes, sir.
Here.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk a little bit about what they're bringing besides the running back. We know we got to stop them, but are they what you've seen so far? Are they RPO? Are they heavy run, heavy pass? What do you think?
I mean, they're 50-50, to be honest with you.
Okay.
They're going to be in 10 personnel and 11 personnel, and they're going to run inside zone. They're going to run some outside zone. They're going to run a little bit of counter. And then they love to throw the ball deep, because they got some fast guys. So again, it's a spread offense.
So no play action off the deep.
There'll be some play action, but again, they want to get the ball in Three's hand, and they got a couple of receivers that can definitely run with the best of them.
So as you look at their plan defensively, you said
You done yet?
You'll have to. Are you
It's
going
2
to
a.m.
spy 3?
Why are you
or
still scrolling
how
through
would
videos?
you
You're not paying me
play that?
overtime here.
Well, look,
if you really want to see something
eyes,
new, why not change
that's
those
one thing.
shapes that
Playing
have been
zone
broken
against
for
a
the
guy like
past
this is better because all eyes can be back there. Now, granted, like if you're supposed to be deep, like our corners and safety, then you can't come up until the ball passes the line of scrimmage.
Right.
But for all other 8 guys, there's a reason we're playing zone, so we have a total of 22 eyes on him.
Sure. On your defensive side this year, what is your 4-3? Are you what are you playing?
We're a 4-2-5.
4-2-5.
Now, we will get into some bear front if necessary, and you may see that Thursday night. But we're going to do whatever it takes to stop the run. And then, sometimes we'll put our guys on the island as far as our DBs, and they have to step up to the challenge. But exactly, it's a lot easier to hand the ball off than it is to throw a fader out. Yes. So, but we have we're going to try to get to him before he gets started.
And when you get beat by a beautiful throw like we did the other night, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that.
No,
that was just a perfect. Yeah, I mean,
you tip your hat.
There was only one place that ball could have been.
Correct.
And it looked like a Dan Reno pass. I'm just going to be honest with you. That's how Dan threw.
Exactly.
Maybe not quite as he threw a little harder, but still.
Yes, sir.
On the offensive side, as they come over defensively, being athletic, where do you feel like the game's going to take you?
Well, I mean, early on in the year, we're going to continue to, do what we've done in the past, and we're going to be an RPO team, whether it's reading the end and being triple option, or whether it's reading a linebacker and smoking them. So, again, they're big up front. I think we can get a hat on a hat, to be honest with you.
Okay.
There's some things that they do that I think we can take advantage of in the play action game, and maybe give our receivers some one-on-one opportunity. I definitely think, that we're going to move the ball a little bit better than we saw last Thursday.
Yeah, our running back situation, you said Parks
and Appleby
yeah.
will both get touches in the backfield for sure.
They're healthy.
Yes, sir.
This is sort of a stupid statement, so I want to clarify that first. But starting out with 2 or 3 wins is really crucial. I get that, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
But how more important or how more crucial is it if you went out 0-3? Because you've got Rickards, Guthries, and Choctaw
right out of the gate, and
that
then
are right out of the gate,
and then Pace and Niceville.
and Pace in Niceville.
Our first 5 games. And this is no
Could
disrespect.
be as hard as we've ever had.
Yeah,
this is
no disrespect to our whole schedule, but our first 5 games is a brutal stretch. So, when we're in that situation, you get a game that you're in it. You need to come out on the right side. Just for morale and like I said before, our approach to every single game is like it's the state championship. We're going to do whatever it takes. We feel that puts our kids and the best opportunity to win the game. So, and that's what we feel like we have a very good game plan, and we're excited to prep this week.
If you look at your close losses or over the years that you've since coached your thing, how many of those games, the close losses, were mistakes that you've made or just getting beat by a better team?
This is my personal feelings on it. I think you lose more games than you win. To be honest with you, I think, because, everybody says, well, team A plays their best, team B plays their best. I've never seen a game like that because one team is usually messing up, or not executing or turnovers or penalties or something to allow that team to take advantage So I think more games are lost than they are won.
Yeah. All right, so Thursday night, we're recording this on Monday because of your schedule and everything in my schedule.
Yes, sir.
Dealing with the heat, hopefully you'll get to do what you have to do. We're looking for a great turnout. I know it's a Thursday night game, but you got that. What do you do on Friday? Do you go to a game then since you're off?
Yes, sir. Like last week.
Got an idea?
Yeah. Well, this week we'll be going to Payson, Choctaw.
Oh, you get the knockout too.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, normally I would go to the next team, but since Gulf Breeze doesn't have a week 1, they're off week 1. So, I'll be going to Payson, Choctaw. The teams will face 3 and 4. So, like last week, I went to, Choctaw and Gulf Breeze and watched that game. So,
what did you think of Gulf Breeze situation? Are they?
I think offensively they're very dynamic. I think they might have one of, if not the best quarterback in the area. I mean, I think. He does a great job of spreading the ball. I think that
better than that McGuire kid. Remember they had a kid named McGuire.
A few years back. This kid's pretty special. Man, wow. He made a throw against Choctaw. He was rolling left and he's right-handed, and it was like a 12 to 15 yard out route right on the sideline. I mean, it was pretty. And I think Coach Jeff. He's new coach from Tennessee. I think he does a great job. I've got to see him, twice now. They played a lot of guys both ways. The Choctaw Gulf Breeze was, a very entertaining game. It was kind of back and forth. But even Coach Beasley, he does it. Look, there's a lot of good coaching going on in the Panhandle. I'll say that.
Yep. We need everybody to come out Thursday night. I know it's the opening home games on a Thursday, but it'd be nice to pack it out.
Absolutely, and it's senior night too. So come.
Oh, it's senior night.
So please come.
Right out the gate.
Yes, sir, right out the gate. We don't want to miss it. So
do you know the schedule as far as? Okay, so we know senior nights. When is you got the Hall of Fame, and then we got homecoming is the
Childs,
which is the second Friday in October, right?
First, October 6th.
October 6th.
Yes, sir.
What about Hall of Fame? When does that fall?
I believe that's Gulf Breeze, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so that's next Friday night.
Yes, sir. And then Choctaw, I think, is the alumni band, and then
that's right.
And then Mosley will be youth night. So if you with Pop Warner, Kaya, City,
get on the field.
Yeah, you get in free, but the parents still have to pay.
Okay.
But yeah, and we'll do something for youth night, and that goes with any youth, not just our youth. So there's kids from Fort Walton Beach, Walton, Pensacola, if they're visiting, whatever.
Lower Hill.
Yeah, Lower Hill.
Students.
As long as they wear their youth jersey, City League youth jersey.
You mean you're talking about players now. You're not talking about students at the school.
No, I'll talk about middle school and elementary. Youth night. Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes,
that's great. Appreciate it, folks, and we'll see you guys next time.
Go Dogs.
Go Dogs. Welcome to Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by the Holloway Agency. Dusty, I cannot believe it's been a year. We went over to Escambia last Thursday and played a little scrimmage game, and if you was listening to Coach talk, you really couldn't keep up with it, but our number one defensive team did not give up a point. I thought they gave up one, but he corrected me.
Yeah.
So the defense, he was really happy with the starting defense against a great Escambia team.
Yeah, I was able to watch a good bit of it on YouTube, and it honestly, since you don't know a lot of the guys out there, especially me being removed 4 years from kids being in school, it was hard to keep up or try to figure out, is this first team or is this second team? But then whenever
we didn't know either. So
whenever you and I started talking and you mentioned that, I thought, okay, that is a good sign. And like you said, it was a glorified scrimmage, more or less. It was a controlled scrimmage. They knew how many, sets of plays they were going to run based on starting at certain yard lines and everything. So really not anything close to really a regular game. So that's the reason no score was kept or anything. But, hey, you're hitting somebody other than your own teammates, getting some butterflies out of the way. You're in front of a live crowd on a opposing team's home field. So, you get all those butterflies and all those emotions out of the way, and we're ready to put it up in the air for real this week.
And one thing he said, Coach said in the coaches show, is that I didn't care about down and distance. I wanted personnel to touch the ball, and he was evaluating his players just like you would in, any sport before the season, just evaluating.
Right. And I think that's the perfect way to handle it, is give everybody that you think is going to be a contributor to your team a chance to get on the field, show what they can do, let them make some good plays, let them be out there long enough that they might make a bad play or two. And then, take that film, like I'm sure the coaches have this week, evaluate it, and just know that coming this week, as we get ready to take on Rickards tonight, that they are ready to put the best ball players on the field that's going to give Crestview the best chance of winning tonight.
Yeah. Let's do this. We have about 30 teams in our coverage area. We're going to pick up Coach Brunson used to be at Baker. Last year he was AD, right? And before that, 10 or 12 years of the coach there. He went to Alabama. So we thought it would be pretty neat, since they're in our coverage area anyways, to sort of follow him. They're playing, what a game they have tomorrow night against Andalusia to open up with the state championship team from last year. That's pretty brutal, if you ask me.
Gonna be a pretty big test right off the bat for Coach Brunson. Yeah. Like you said, taking on the defending, I think, Class 4A champions in Alabama.
They end up being, I believe, 14-1. The team they lost to in the middle of the year, they beat at the semifinals. Real close game, and then they won, I think, 2 or 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, it's definitely going to give Coach Brunson a chance to see where his team is. We don't know really what Andalusia is bringing back this year. I'm sure they had some seniors, as did Opp. Opp had a great season last year. They went 8-3. I think they were 7-1 in region play.
Yep.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll learn this, I think Opp is a 3A school. I think they're a classification below Andalusia.
Yeah.
A good test for Coach Brunson.
What stands out as I was looking at all the stats for all the teams that we're going to talk about is Andalusia's points that they allowed and scored last year. Amazing.
Yeah. 590, let's go ahead and call it 600 points over the course of 15 games. That's your 10-game season, and then your 5-game playoff run. So 600 points, and that's 40 points a game on average. And you got to think about it. Those 5 games are against playoff caliber teams, those last 5. So it becomes harder to score in those games more than likely for them. So very potent offense from last year. It's going to be interesting to see if Andalusia can keep that up this year.
Yeah. All right, well, let's do this. We're going to break it down. Of course, you remember last year, and we talked about it last week. Coach Grant does not like this format. He's hoping they change it. But right now, we are covering Rule 1, Region 1, and we have 1R Region 2. Then we have a 1S District 1, which is is that your private stuff going on?
Yeah.
With North Florida Christians is District 1, 1S. District 1, and then you got 2S District 1 in our region, in our coverage area. Then you got 2S District 2. Then you have 2S District 3, which is Marianna over in that area. And then cover 3S District 1 and then 3S District 2, which we'll talk about that in just a second. Then we got to the 4S D1, which is over in the Navarre, Gulf Breeze, Space Milton. And then, of course, the one we're in, 4S D2. And like I said, the Opp, Andalusia, Florella, WSNL, TR Miller. Actually, TR Miller had a good team last year, too. So Let's start with 1R, which is rural, right?
Yes.
Region 1. Let's go over the teams that's going to be in that region.
Yeah, that's what we used to know basically is Class 1A, and was the majority of these teams used to be in District 1,
That's right,
maybe District 2. But you got Northview, Chipley, Freeport, Holmes County, Baker, Bozeman, Jay, Vernon, and Graceville.
Again, Northview went 13-1 last year. Chipley went 11-1, so they must have lost out in the playoffs, I guess, their first round, because Northview got 2 more games than they did there. They must have lost. I think they did lose to Northview in the first round in their
Yes,
area,
because and
right?
I think you're correct, because Baker made it to the playoffs and won their opening round game. I believe it might have been against Freeport,
that's
if I'm
right.
not mistaken, and then got beaten the second round by Northview.
In 1R Region 2, we have Weewa, Sneads, Port St. Joe, Cottondale, Bluntstown. Cottondale is the main one we have that we cover in our area. Sneads maybe a little bit. Those other ones are just there to be there. Sneads won that region. They was 11-1 last year, so they won that region. You also had Liberty County, Franklin County, Jefferson County, I guess, in there too, that didn't have a lot of wins. Then we look at the 1S District 1, and that's some of your, I think Rocky's in that, right?
Yeah, that's the reason we cover that district, is because of, like you said, because of Rocky. But that's got North Florida Christian, Monroe Day, Tallahassee McClay, and Rocky. And unsurprisingly, North Florida Christian led that pack last year with an 11-1 record.
Your 2S District 1 is West Florida Tech, Pensacola Catholic, Walton, and Pensacola. We talked about this. Walton had such a good team, remember, and their losses came to West Florida Tech and Pensacola Catholic. If they could have beat West Florida Tech that last game, they would have slipped up and was in the playoffs. But Catholic went 10-2, West Florida Tech 8-3, Walton 7-4. Pensacola only had 1 win. Had a lot of shootings over there, dear. Remember, they played a lot of Saturday morning games, right? A couple of them?
The first part of the year, yes.
I think they did. 2SD2. So these teams, whoever ends up winning here, will play this section over here, 2SD2.
Yeah, and you got Bay, South Walton, Rutherford, and North Bay Haven. And out of that, the one that really, it just takes me a little bit of time to get used to it, seeing them move up in classification, is South Walton. Because South Walton, originally was a 1A school and really has only been around for 10 or 12 years maybe.
That's
right. But with that South Walton area growing the way it has, that's understandable that they're in the classification that they are now.
Let's look at 2SD3, and the only reason we cover these guys is Mariana. We've always covered Mariana, Florida State University High. I guess you'd call them a university, that's for sure. They've got the Florida State colors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 14-1. And I don't know if that was the loss at the state championship or if that was regular season. We can look at that in a minute. But you've got Florida State High, Godby, Gadsden County, Mariana. Went 1-9 last year. They're in a bad situation unless they recruited a bunch of people. I hate it for them. But look at this. Godby and Gadsden County only got 2 wins.
Yeah, that's just one of those areas. We talk about recruiting in our area off and on.
Yeah.
But whenever you get over to that district there where Mariana is, you're in an area where there is no such thing as recruiting. You pretty much dealt the hand you got because,
right.
From Mariana to, say, Gadsden County is probably a good 35, 40 minutes.
Drive.
Godby is in Tallahassee. You might have some with Godby and Florida High, maybe. But Mariana definitely is on the outside looking in if it comes to any potential recruiting over there.
3SD1 is your Pine Forest, Escambia, Choctaw, Booker T, and Fort Walton Beach. Pine Forest won that district 10-1. See, now, some of these are districts and some are regions. And this is a district, 3SD1, Pine Forest, Escambia, Choctaw, Booker T, Fort Walton. Fort Walton hasn't won a game in 2 years. Pine Forest went 10-1, Choctaw 7-6. I look for Choctaw to make a little bit better run this year. Escambia, of course, we played them last week just in a scrimmage, and they look great. 3SD2, we cover them because of Arnold. You have only Rickards, which we have tonight, Lincoln, and Arnold. So they're a little smaller school, but full of talent, a lot of athletes. And then the last two districts we're covering is 4SD1 and 4SD2 is what we're in. 4SD1 is your Navarre, Gulf Breeze, Pace, Milton, Tate. Navarre came out on top of that, 8-3. And then, of course, Niceville, Crestview, Mosley, Childs, Leon. Niceville come out on that 9-2. But if you remember, Crestview got lost in the regular season to them, but we beat them in the playoffs. So let's look at before we get going and who they're playing tonight. Let's do that. Let's do this. We'll take a quick break. We're going to go over all the teams and who they're matched up tonight and tomorrow night, actually. This is thankfully our last Thursday night game. With a few Thursday night games, believe it or not. And then we'll look at some of the teams that are closer to us and dive into their schedule and just get an idea of what they're going to be facing here on WAZ 104.7. We'll be back after a word from our sponsor, the Holloway Agency.
This is Dusty Holloway, owner of the Holloway Agency, and we are proud supporters of the Crestview Bulldogs. The Holloway Agency is your locally owned and operated independent insurance agency, and we offer a full line of coverages for all of your home, auto, business, and life insurance needs. Our offices are located at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in historic downtown Crestview. Feel free to drop in, or you can give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can go to our website at www.thehollowayagency.com. Go Dogs.
And we're back. Countdown to kickoff. Appreciate the Holloway Agency sponsoring us this year. Let's look at some of the games being played tonight. We have about 15, 18 games maybe that's going to be played if you count our Alabama teams that we've added. Northview at Flomaton. I think they played last year.
They did, yeah. They pretty much play every year. This is, you get up there around Northview, close to the Alabama line, and this is one of those games that pretty much they play every year. Close proximity, a lot of kids on both sides of the ball. Both teams know each other and everything. Last year, Northview got the better of Flomaton, 48-33. This year, they're at Flomaton. I know Northview had a heavy senior class.
They did.
At that 1A or 1R level, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of underclassmen step up this year, how quickly they step up, develop into to what kind of team they develop into, and see if they can make it close tomorrow night against Flomaton.
I'll run through a couple of these. A lot of teams this year didn't play last year, and I was talking to Coach Grant about that, and he said there was a lot of cancellations throughout the West Florida area for whatever reason.
Huh.
This game tonight is because we played down in Orlando, a Pennsylvania team.
Yep.
So a lot of that stuff went on last year. But Chipley's taking on Hollis Creek. They didn't play last year. Hollis Creek travels to Chipley, who was 11-1 last year. I don't know how heavy they were senior laden, but Freeport has Destin at home. They did not play last year, and Destin, this is their second or third year. I can't remember.
Second year, and I tell you, I got to see Destin play Baker last year. I can remember parts of that. Yeah, they're a startup club, but they've got a financial influence down there that is getting them some product,
right,
and getting them some of the things that they need, not just for football but for the athletic department in general. I look for Destin. Honestly, I look for Destin to be a factor as long as they stay in this 1R or this lower classification. I look for Destin to possibly be somebody that we talk about here in the next 2 or 3 years as they start getting to the point where they have a full school, because I think they're working their way up to get to a senior class. I don't even think they have seniors there yet.
Now, since they're classified as freelance, will they ever become part of a region, or how does that work? Rocky wasn't right off the bat, wasn't they?
They were independent for years. So I think eventually, Destin, you'll see them go into that classification, where they, and hey, the way Destin is size-wise, Destin could be up there in that 2 class before too many years is gone.
Yeah, a couple more teams that haven't played in the last year or two, and that's Holmes County will be traveling to Marianna. Bozeman will take on Florida A&M. They haven't played in a while. Florida A&M travels to Bozeman. Jay takes on Vernon. Vernon had a 1-9 record last year. Jay 3-6. So somebody's going to come out ahead on that. And don't know.
And kind of interesting that Jay and Vernon did not play last year. That has historically been a game that
was that a weather
always.
deal? Did they get canceled on that? Or
I'm not really sure. Vernon had 10 games. They went 1-9.
That's right. That's right.
That's always been a very highly contested game. In the past, it's had a lot of playoff implications, or might have even been a playoff game if both teams made it to the playoffs. But yeah, at Vernon, like you said, they did not do well at all. 1-9, only scored 63 points last year, and gave up almost 350.
Something's got to change.
Something's got to change quickly in Vernon.
Yeah, Graceville they're at Ashford. I have no idea where Ashford is. Do you know?
Only Ashford I know is up in Alabama.
I think that's where it's at.
Yeah.
And then the last team in this region, let's break it down for a few minutes. Baker takes on South Walton. Baker was 8-4 last year, but they didn't do very well against South Walton last year, I don't think.
No, they started the year last year with a 38-0 defeat to South Walton.
That's right, it was first game, that's right.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting year for Baker, and I say this as a Baker person, a Baker graduate, live in Baker. It's going to be an interesting year this year for multiple reasons. This is the first year AB after Brunson in about 12 years, I think. Now, granted, he wasn't there on the field last year, but he was still there as athletic director.
And there's still a lot of his kids too, right?
Right, and this year, they're coming in, and from what I've seen and heard, they're dressing out 20, 22 players at the most.
That's tough.
So
that at least 5 of them's going both ways?
I would say minimum, probably. So
you only got 5 maybe on the sidelines extra.
Yeah, and they're taking on a South Walton school that's a classification bigger than them now, and they're probably going to be having probably close to double that number of kids. And granted, hey, as long as you got 11 on both sides of the ball that can play, that's all that really matters. But whenever kickoff happens tomorrow night and it's 90-ish something degrees, you're going to need as many players to be rotating in and out. So it's going to be interesting to see how Baker does this year as they move on from Coach Brunson. And then also just, what do they have talent-wise? They're going to be without Caleb Wagner this year. He's moved on to the college level. So it's going to be interesting to see who takes his spot. Are they going to try to open up the offense and maybe throw the ball around a little bit? That's one thing I noticed last year is Baker had virtually no passing attack. And I think without Caleb Wagner there, they're going to have to find a way to spread the ball out a little bit until they can find them a running back that can carry the load.
Let's see, as you look at Baker's schedule, I don't know how many games. Let's look at their schedule real quick. Of course, they're playing South Walton Friday night, but then let's just go through them real quick. Destin should be a win.
Yes, I would.
Bozeman
probably should be a win.
Jay
should be a win.
Lighthouse
should be a win, even though Lighthouse played them close last year.
They did. Did Brunson set this game? Northview loss. Florida A&M
probably be a loss.
Freeport
It would be a close game, depending on how Freeport is.
Pike Liberal Arts. I think that's is that a win? Was that a?
This is a fill-in game, and you know,
you don't know.
Baker used to have trouble filling a schedule because of how good they were. I'm surprised this year, if I'm not mistaken, Baker has only got 9 regular season games. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, only 9 regular season games.
They sure do.
Yeah.
You're right about that. So, anyways, that's possibly 6 wins, 5 or 6 wins.
Yeah, they could possibly. Yeah, yep. And if you can get 5 or 6 wins, and your losses come to a Northview, a Florida A&M, you know, some teams that you know are going to be better teams, and you get the, because it's all about points now.
That's right.
Especially in this where there is no district champion in region or in R1R. There is no district champion.
Oh, they just take the top.
So they
8.
take the top. No, they take the top 8 out of Region 1, or
out of
the
each
top
region
4 out of Region 1.
Out of Region 1.
Out of each region, 4 go.
And
Because they end up with 16 teams, and there's 4 regions in in 1R.
There's 9 teams. 4 of them, almost half of them, is going to make it to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Looking at 1R Region 2, just real quick, the only game that's even, you know, for us that we would cover, we cover these other teams if Cottondale or maybe even Sneeze. Sneeze won 11-1 this region, but Cottondale and Sneeze are playing Friday night. I think, did Cottondale win that game? I can't remember. I think they did.
No, Sneeze won that game.
I mean Sneeze.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sneeze. Yeah.
They beat Cottondale last year 38-16.
You know, and I'm not really going to worry about the other games, and that did Bluntstown. Sometimes we cover Port St. Joe. You know, over the years, Port St. Joe's been pretty good. They went 8-3 last year in that region, didn't they?
Let me tell you something. Talking about Port St. Joe and Franklin County and Liberty County, had a chance to go over with our life group from our church, do a little overnight trip, golf trip here a few weeks ago, and went down to St. James Bay in Carabel, Florida. Brother, let me tell you, there is no easy way, no quick way
to get there,
to get to Carabel.
Absolutely
3 hours. 3 hours. Think of all the places you can go 3 hours away from Crestview other than Carabel. Now, we had a great time, but it was quite the excursion, to say the least.
1S District 1, North Florida Christian, all that, but Rocky Bayou is playing Snook. What did they do last year?
Yes, Rocky, had their way with Snook last year, to beat them 64-16. Rocky finished the year last year 4-5. So trying to improve and maybe get back to get above 500 this year and look at their schedule.
Let's go through it real quick.
Yeah.
Like, now, some of these things we won't know, right? So Joshua Christian Academy, have no idea. Cottondale, can they beat Cottondale?
They should be in the ball game against Cottondale.
Destin, be in the ball game.
Be in the ball game.
Franklin County,
Be in the ball game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Monroe Day.
Yeah.
Iffy. Azilla Christian, I don't think they're going to do anything with Azilla Christian. I've got their record right here, actually.
From last year?
Yeah, they're 7-3.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one.
That'll be a tough
North
one.
Florida Christian, tough one.
They ain't going to win that game. Georgia Christian, don't know. McClay.
Valdosta, they're out of Valdosta, so
there you go. And then McClay. I can't remember about McClay. They're in Tallahassee, aren't they?
They're trying to shoot for those, because you look at, that last 5 games is going to be against some teams, that's going to be causing
last
trouble.
4 is at home. That's a good stretch.
That's a good thing. Rocky, if they're wanting to get 500 or better this year, definitely got to jump on it quick. Get off to maybe like a 3-1, 4-0 start, and then maybe try to catch 1 or 2 there in the second half of the season.
Let's look at the next section, then we'll go to break. 2S District 1, that's West Florida Tech, Pensacola Catholic, Walton, and Pensacola. West Florida Tech taking on Escambia. Now, that is going to be a game. They had a close game last year.
Had a real close game, 14-11. West Florida ended up on top. West Florida ended their season last year at 8-3. and we saw Escambia last week, and we saw it firsthand. They've got talent on the field, both sides of the ball. So we know what Escambia is capable of.
Right.
They're going to be a team that's going to be one of the better teams for sure over in that Pensacola area. West Florida, what did they lose? What are they bringing back?
We'll find out.
We'll find out. But yeah, should be a good game.
Pensacola Catholic, who won that district 10-2, they're taking on Navarre at Navarre. They didn't play last year, so Catholic's moving up, playing a bigger school right off the bat, first game.
Yeah, Catholic, had a few down years, bounced back last year, like you said, with a very good year. Navarre, coming back and expects to do Navarre things. It's kind of, there are some changes maybe on the horizon.
Yep.
Over in that Gulf Breeze, Navarre, Fort Walton Beach area that we'll get into maybe as we talk about Fort Walton a little bit.
Pensacola's playing Booker T. That was, I think last year they played, and I think Booker T beat Pensacola. Pensacola only won one game last year.
Yeah, Pensacola, for a team that, 5, 6, 7 years ago was always in the playoff mix, at least. Might not make it to the playoffs, but at least was in that conversation late into the season. Last year 1-9, just a very dismal season to say the least for Pensacola. They lost last year to Washington, 53-41. So looking to see if Pensacola can try to start turning things around a little bit.
Walton takes on Bluntstown. They travel to Bluntstown. Last year they played a pretty close game. Walton last year was 7-4. Bluntstown 9-5. Walton again has their hands full with this little district with West Florida Tech and Catholic.
Yeah, and this is one of those districts whenever you look at Walton in that district with West Florida, Catholic, and Pensacola. If Pensacola ever gets good again, along with West Florida and Catholic, that's a hard district for Walton
now
to be in.
They take the top two in this one, right?
No,
just one.
And then you've got your four at-large.
At-larges.
Walton is, okay, they're a 2S school, but they are I still think of them as a small school.
Right, that's right.
And, they're growing a little bit over there. And with that growth comes some growing pains.
That's right.
Bluntstown this week may be a good way to get off to a quick start.
Bluntstown?
With Bluntstown, it's one of those, they're a small school. And if they got it, they're going to have it good. So.
Let's look at their schedule. Walton's schedule. They're just next door to us. Flomaton next week.
Depends. Flomaton can be on and off. Have some good teams.
Union County.
Oh, that's
Kick my buttocks.
Probably.
South Walton.
That's a rivalry.
That's
game.
A rivalry game, and that's at South Walton.
Mm-hmm.
West Florida Tech. That's at West Florida Tech.
Yep.
Mariana should be a win. Catholic, good God Almighty. They got them at home, but that's going to be a tough game right there.
Gadsden County should be a win.
Should be a win. Pensacola should win, and then Northview.
Ooh. Just depends on what Northview.
They only have on their schedule, I'm going to say 3 guaranteed wins.
That's what I was looking at.
Right.
3 maybe.
Mariana, Gaskin, and Pensacola.
But the season, hey, we're talking high school football.
Oh, yeah.
Seniors left last year. Who's going to step up? What underclassmen are going to contribute for every team? But just kind of looking, Walton has got a tough schedule.
Yeah. Well, when we come back, we'll break it down. We have a few more districts to talk about, regions to talk about. We'll be right back. Word from our sponsor, the Holloway Agency.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
We are back. It is 2023 Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by the Holloway Agency. Let's look at the South Walton region, which is 2SD2. You've got Bay, South Walton, Rutherford, North Bay Haven. We're really just covering this because of South Walton. But tomorrow night in that district, we have Bays taking on Arnold. Last year, I think it was a blowout.
It was. Bay won that game 37-7. So they got that going for them, but I saw a score last week in the Kickoff Classic Bay had against our friends from the south end of the county, the Golden Children.
You know what? That bothers me. So first of all, it's a scrimmage.
Right.
We did not even put the time or the score on the board.
Right.
Why are we doing that?
Well, and I think that's something that is
70 points is what I saw.
I saw 51 at one time. That's the last number I saw.
My mama said on Facebook people were posting Niceville 170 to whatever against
and I think
in a scrimmage game.
And you know, and here's the thing. Coach Hatton a few years ago, you know, he's always been a very big opponent, not proponent, but opponent of the Kickoff Classic.
Right.
Typically, the Kickoff Classic has always been first quarter or second quarter. Maybe your freshman and JV come out, clock running, keep score. Whenever that quarter's over, reset it to 0.
That's right.
Then in the second half, your varsities come out, and then you play a half.
That's right.
So I have, I don't know.
They may still do that.
I don't, and I think that's what they played. They played actual clock running.
Okay.
But I would like to think that was maybe, it's bad enough to say it was maybe freshman and JV on top of varsity with that score, because that's still a pretty bad score.
So Bay's taking on Arnold, and then you got Rutherford's taking on Mosley. They didn't play last year. North Bay Haven taking on Franklin County. Let's look at South Walton's. We looked at Walton. Let's look at South Walton and see where they may be at. Of course, we're saying against Baker tomorrow night. Toss up.
Yeah, if anything, I hate to do it. I think I've got to lean towards South Walton.
Then they've got Fort Walton Beach, which hasn't won a game in 2 years. Now, they got a new coach. I think it's the Gulf Breeze coach that came over, right?
Yep.
Hey, listen, Fort Walton, it sounds like to me they're getting a lot of great players from all over the country. No, it's just, but some people, it is what it is. Fort Walton's a open school. So if you're open, just as long as you don't get caught recruiting those kids, they can come over there and go to that school. They can drive, they can do whatever they want to do.
Fort Walton,
just don't get caught.
And honestly, I think whenever you got a coach coming in that did the job that he was able to do at Gulf Breeze for the last several years, he's bringing some new energy, some fresh energy in, and a lot of these guys that are coming into Fort Walton are probably, some of them are guys that probably in the past would have been at Fort Walton anyway, but until this new coach has come in, they would have gone to Navarre, to Niceville, to Choctaw. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, you look at South Walton, Baker tomorrow night, Fort Walton Beach next week, Port St. Joe. Port St. Joe has a typical Port St. Joe team. That's going to be a tough task for South Walton.
Arnold should be a win.
Should be a win.
Walton, there you go. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Rutherford
should be a win.
Chattahoochee, that's tough.
Yeah. Bay should probably be a win. I'll give them a win. North Bay.
Mariana should be a win. They're looking at another 8. No, let's see. Last year they went 6-5. They'll be better.
They had so they would have been 6-4 in the regular season.
That's right, one loss.
I could see them being
7-3.
7-3. Yeah, I think that's probably bottom, maybe 8-2.
Mariana, the only one in the 2SD3 that we really cover. They're taking on Holmes County. They didn't play last year. Mariana had one win last year. Holmes County, I think Holmes County was 7-5 last year.
Yeah, Holmes County had a good year. They made it to the playoffs, got a couple rounds deep. And Mariana, if I'm not mistaken, Mariana's first game of the year, and I'm just going back on memory, I think they won their first game of the year last year, and then it just kind of went downhill. Or they had their first game was real close, and maybe the first couple of games were real close. And then the wheels just fell off for Mariana. Yeah.
Well, let's look at 3S D1. That's Pine Forest, Escambia, Choctaw, Booker T, and Fort Walton Beach. Pine Forest won that last year, 10-1 going away. Of course, it looks like they lost their first round. I can't remember who they played. Escambia 8-4. They won. They played 2 games, won 1 and lost 1 in the playoffs. Right. Choctaw 7-6, Booker T 5-5, and Fort Walton didn't win a game. All right, so Pine Forest takes on Tate at Tate. That was a blowout last year.
Yeah, Pine Forest had their way with Tate, 34-0. Tate, if I'm not mistaken, just had a down year. It's going to be interesting to see how they turn things around because Tate's usually one of those teams that likes to stay in the mix. Last few years, they really haven't. As that whenever you're in that Pensacola area, you're.
Hold on. I mean,
hold on tight because you've got your haves and your have-nots, and you got to try to find a way to get back into the have section, and that's what Tate's trying to do right now.
We talked about it earlier. Escambia's taking on Westport Tate, real close game. That's going to be a great game. Choctaw taking on Pace. This is a great game. Coach told me in the coaches show that he's going to go over there and watch this game because that's game 3 and 4.
Yep.
Guthprie's off. They don't have a first week. So they played last week, and he got to go see him play the scrimmage last week. But
that Choctawhatchee Pace game, if there was a game, if I was just going to go watch a football game Friday night, that would be a good one. It was a good one last year, that's for sure.
Yeah, Booker T at Pensacola, and then Fort Walton at Godby. Let's look at Choctaw's schedule real quick, and let's get a rundown of who they're playing, and let's see what we think. All right, the game against Pace, that's going to go either way.
At Pace, I'm going to give it to Pace.
You're going to give it to Pace. Fairhope, Alabama.
I'm going to go with Fairhope.
I believe Crestview, we have on week 3. I think Crestview can pull that out. Pine Forest, that's a tough game.
That's going to be a Pine Forest lean, I think.
Oh, Lord, this is a tough schedule.
Niceville's tough.
Niceville. They should beat South Walton.
Yep.
Right?
Escambia,
another tough game. They're going to win. They're going to beat Booker T.
I'm going to lean Choctaw on the Booker T. Washington game.
Yeah, I mean that's now Booker T was 5-5 last year, so I mean it could be. I mean, hey, I don't know. Then Fort Walton, they'll beat Fort Walton.
Yeah, I think Fort Walton's still going to be kind of taking on some growing pains. I think they're they're going to win this year
unless they got a lot more kids than we know about.
We'll see.
We will see.
Yep.
And then they wrap it up against Mosley at home. That's another tough
I'm telling
game.
You, that is a tough schedule.
If you're going to look at just laydowns, you got Fort Walton, Booker T. That's really Booker T is not a laydown, but let's say Fort Walton, South Walton, not a laydown. They don't even got a laydown.
No.
So wins. I mean, wins for sure. I'm going to say 90%. South Walton, Booker T, and Fort Walton.
I mean, that's 3.
That's 3
that you have got a good chance knowing for sure you should win.
Poor old Fort Walton. Let's just look at, since they're in our county, let's just go over their schedule real quick. Like, of course, Godby, and then they have South Walton.
Early on, I'm still going to lean South Walton in that game because it's so early.
Rutherford.
That'd be a game they could pick up their first win against Rutherford.
Escambia, they'll lose. Arnold, they could beat Arnold. Pine Forest, they'll lose. Booker T, they'll lose. Bay, they'll lose.
No, Bay could pick up a win on.
Bay was 8-3 last year, unless they lost a bunch of guys. I don't see them. You remember Bay's turning
I'm thinking about last week's score with Niceville in that kickoff classic, and that might be. Is that going to be indicative of Bay losing a bunch of talent last year?
That may be. That may be. So they could be. Of course, the Choctaw game and our game. They try to cancel us. Coach wouldn't let them because we're on the end of our 2-year contract, and we had to go down there last year.
Right.
And look at the sun, dadgummit. They're going to come up here. Who had a great setup was Escambia. The sun was in our back, sort of. Let's look at 3SD2. And the only reason we're looking there is because of Arnold, and Arnold's taking on Bay. Let's move on down to 4SD1. So this is Navarre, Guthrie, Pace, Milton, Tate. We've talked about most of these teams. Navarre, we had said earlier, is taking on Catholic. They didn't play last year. Guthrie is open. We already talked about that. Pace, we talked about it. They're playing Choctaw. Milton taking on Orange Beach. They did not play last year.
Orange Beach, I would almost be fairly confident to say that Orange Beach might be a new program this year, because I watch Channel 5. I watch Channel 5 Sports.
Oh yeah.
If DirecTV would turn them back on the air, that would be nice right now. But I've never heard them talk about Orange Beach. I've heard them talk about Spanish Fort,
Sort of like
Fairhope,
this, sort of a new team.
I think it might be. Yep.
Tate, like we said earlier, is playing the Pine. So if you're looking at any of that, let's look at
Navarre.
Let's look at Navarre, and let's look at theirs. And I want to also look at let's look at Navarre, Pace, and Milton.
Yep.
And let's just see real quick, like in that scheme of things, what kind of schedule they have. Let's start with Milton. So, all right, right off the bat, of course, we don't know about Orange Beach, but they got Niceville.
Should be a loss.
Booker T.
They should be able to do that. Maybe lean toward Milton.
Gulf Breeze, I'm going to lean Gulf Breeze on that one.
You know what? I would lean Milton, because Gulf Breeze lost their head coach. They went 5-5 last year. They're trying to,
Did they lose the players?
Did they lose the players? How big of a change is there going to be in coaching philosophy with the new coach coming in at Gulf Breeze?
Right.
I would still lean Milton. Are we talking
Milton on that?
Milton?
Yeah,
Milton.
Scambia, going to lose. Tate, they'll win. Navarre, I'm going to give it to Navarre. I believe the Dogs can beat them. Pace, I believe they can beat them. Godby, don't know.
I might have to go with y'all to that Milton. No, I will not be here. I was going to say I might ride over with y'all to get some pig stickers.
You're not going to be able to. You're going to be gone. 10:20.
I thought you was.
No, that ain't me. I would like to spend. Oh, this ain't even October 6th is whenever.
Are we talking live now, or are we just talking right now?
No, we're talking live.
Okay.
Wait a minute. What are you saying? I don't understand.
No,
you're not going to be in town the 20th.
No, I thought you said that you needed possibly me on the 1st.
I need you on the 6th.
The 6th, I'm going to be here.
Homecoming.
Yeah.
But you said you wanted to come over with us. Why can't you come over with us?
Because we're going to watch Auburn play Ole Miss.
That's what I was getting at. What are you? Oh, that's
because I'm going to miss pig stickers.
Let's look at Pace and see what they have. Of course, they open up with Choctaw. What a great game that's going to be. Lincoln. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
West Florida Tech. That's another tough one. Yeah, we got to travel to Pace on their 4th game, so that's another tough game.
You're going to Pace. It's already 10-0 at least.
At least. Ask Coach Grant. Was he the one that got slammed in the back?
Ask Dave Barrington.
But no, was it Coach Grant? He lost.
We are live at Jack Foster Stadium with the Big Red Machine playing the alma mater for the first time, 2023. Let's listen in. Then we'll have the national anthem directed by Jody Dunn. Another beautiful rendition. And Jody Dunn will come now for the national anthem to direct it. He's getting old, Corey. He's having problems climbing up that ladder. I know I would be. I can tell he was struggling just a little bit. All right, here we go.
Carrying the American flag is Cadet Jaden Schwartz. Carrying the state flag is Cadet Amril Adama. Carriers are Cadet Urban Enriquez and Alliance Baker. Our national anthem.
what a beautiful rendition it is. Oh, you got to love it. Well, it may not, Scott, feel like football weather, but down on the field, does it feel cold down there? I just want to know your thoughts. Now, I can tell you here in the booth, it's probably just a little cooler, but I don't know. You tell me.
Well, we got a little saving grace. The only thing I can say is we got a little breeze that it makes it a whole lot different than it could be.
They have been watering the field 3 or 4 times today.
Coach told me 5 times a day is what he said go to keep it green.
Just to keep it green. It's not too mushy, is it?
No, it's dry.
Corey, watching Rickards get off the bus, I like to have had a stroke. What a game to start off with. I'm going to be honest with you. They look just like Escambia.
Well, I hate to tell you, it ain't going to get no easier from here, but, yeah, it looks like we're going to have a tough test tonight. Hopefully last week, facing Escambia in that simulated scrimmage.
Did I tell you that Coach said that the first defense didn't give up no points?
Yeah, I thought, obviously the defense kind of held their own a little bit. So hopefully that continues here tonight, and we can get out to a fast start here in 2023.
I tell you what, so Rickards did not bring a starting lineup or a roster. We're going to pull it off the internet as we go. We know that number 3 is the man, Keymarion Battles. They say he is an NFL prototype. So, hey, has the Bulldogs have an internet prototype? I don't know. Running back. Anybody play NFL for the Bulldogs?
NFL guy? I mean, I
can't remember.
Off the top of my head,
running back?
I want to say we had somebody that maybe went to a camp.
Oh, Steve Sampson went to a camp for a punter at Dallas.
It was a running back more recently.
No. Yes, he went to Duke.
Yeah.
And then he went to Kansas City Chiefs. I talked to his dad. What was that guy's name, Scott? Scott, focus.
He don't know.
Where's Rhett? Just find Rhett.
He'll have it.
Rhett will know.
But as far as somebody that's actually
Latavius Wilkes, was that him? I think it was Latavius.
As far as somebody that actually played in the NFL, we have 0, I believe.
0.
Right? Correct.
0 as far as I know. So I tell you what, before we get going, the kickoff's going to be here in just a second. We'll have the toss. If you're listening on via radio, we want to welcome you. If you've been on the WAZ WJSB YouTube page, you've been watching for a while now. We generally start that around 5:20 with the band show, coach show, countdown to kickoff. So if you'd like to stream it anywhere, if you're out of radio range, Mr. Moore has an issue sometimes driving around. He drives 150, 200 miles away. Our radio doesn't quite reach that far. You can get on YouTube and go to WAZ WJSB's YouTube page and watch the game there, and you'll hear the same audio as you would on the radio. Let's do this. Let's go over what we have as the starting lineups. I'll let you call out the offense.
Okay.
I'll run through the defense, and then we'll go over some of the players that we know of for Rickards.
So starting off, we'll start with the offensive line. Left tackle, we have Isaiah Brooks. Left guard is Zach Contry. Center is Michael Foley. Right guard is going to be Peyton Simmons. And the right tackle is Isaiah Burton.
How many of those are seniors, sophomores? What does that look like?
Looks like we got 2 seniors on the line, 2 sophomores, and a junior.
Now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Foley's the only returner, right?
One returner, yes. Yep, the senior center there.
What else you got there for?
The receiver, the 3 starting receivers are Phillips, Colmetz, and Parks. And our starting running back tonight is Jaden Appleby. And our quarterback to start tonight is senior Nathaniel Nosher, or affectionately known as Turtle.
And did you already say we got a tight end? Did you already call his name?
I'm sorry. Yeah, tight end is junior Jace Green.
On the defensive side, we have now, again, some of these guys are going to go both ways. If you look at Zy Tasson, number 4, he's a freshman. He's the guy that's supposed to be the guy. If he develops, what he looks like now compared to a senior, he'll be a D1 5 chipper or 4 chipper, whatever you call it. So that's number 4. He will be the backup. He will be playing as a backup receiver, but you'll see a lot of them. And then Patrick Rogers, a sophomore, and you'll see that's number 2. On the defensive side, let's start with the line. And on one end, you have Malcolm Haynes. He's a senior. On the other end, Reese Killian. He's a junior. They say they're pretty quick. We're going to go down to the field real quick and go over our captains. I'll let you do the captains real quick, like Corey, if you don't mind, for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, from left to right, number 3, Parks, senior wide receiver. Number 12, Jaden Appleby. We'll see him most likely on both sides of the ball, as you said about a couple of these guys. He's going to start at running back. Number 18, that is our senior quarterback, Turtle. And number 59, and that is our senior center, Michael Foley.
I cannot. Scott, can you give me the numbers for the other team? I can't read them.
Number 6 and number 7.
Number 6 and number 7 is Frazier and Jackson, receivers.
55.
And 55.
All right, gentlemen, sportsmanship.
Breaking up, Scott.
2 unsports. The game, so we play football, all right? Make sure when you come out here, knees are covered, back pads are covered. Make sure you dress appropriately, all right? Any questions? We have a guest coin toss from the Main Street Medical Center. He's going to toss the coin. He's going to flip it. It's going to hit the ground, and then we'll get it, all right? Rickards, you're my visiting team. You get to call a coin toss. FSAA is heads. The football is tails. Heads, tails. What do you call it loud enough for that gentleman down there can hear you?
All right. Oh, tails.
He called tails.
Rickards called tails. Let's see what the flip gets us. It's in the air. It is.
It's tails.
It's tails.
What do you want to do, sir?
Defer.
Want to defer?
Deferring.
They're deferring. I'm surprised with that. Being as athletic as they are, I'm surprised an athletic team doesn't get the ball first. So, hey, it's the first game of the year, too. So that's the percentage play, right?
I think you're going to see most teams defer nowadays if they win the toss, unless you're just an offensive, juggernaut.
Oh, real quick, like I have had our regulars send in the spread, but let's do it real quick. 850-682-1177. How many points you think Rickards or CHS is going to win by? Do it real quick. 850-682-1177. That number should be memorized by now. I've had that thing since 1990. I got that number in 1992.
Youngin.
Yeah, 1992 I got that number, and started in 99. Of course, we didn't use the phone a lot. Let's see. When did we start using the phone for texting? Probably 2002, 3, something like that. When y'all was what? Freshmen?
Yeah, early in the high school.
We had people call in those scores.
I was going to say.
I was going to say they did.
You used to do live calls.
I did. Well, here's what happened with that. This is the funniest daggone thing. You got to be careful when you're doing live-in calls. These guys that are professional, they've got a 5-second buffer.
All right.
And they can bleep it out, right? I had some guy call and started ying-yinging about something, and here comes the Dogs. And I didn't know what to do, so I just turned it off. I said, you know what, because of this guy right here, and I called his number out. I did. I said, we can't do it no more because this guy, 850-682. Well, that's the only way you could stop it, right?
Sure.
I mean, I don't know why a person would do that. But anyways, it is what it is. But the Bulldogs tonight take on Rickards. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a challenge. When you look at the Rickards team, they're very athletic, they're very fast, they're large, and they come over here looking aggressive. Bulldogs are going to have to step up to the challenge tonight. One of the things that we talked about in the Kickoff Classic, the first 5 games, Rickards, Gulf Breeze, Choctaw, Pace, Niceville. How many of those games do you think the Bulldogs have to win to really feel like they've got momentum? 2 or 3 at least, right?
I think if you win 3 out of those first 5, you're feeling okay. If you're looking for any cupcakes on the Bulldogs schedule this year, you're not going to find any.
You're not.
It's a very competitive schedule, which in the modern high school athletic, a lot of it's based on strength of schedule.
Yep.
And even if you lose a couple of these games, like if we were to lose tonight and Rickards goes undefeated, it's better than us beating somebody that's not
good. That's right.
So
deep to receive is number 4, the freshman, Zy Tyson.
Eric Harris.
And Eric Harris
is the one. He was DB here.
And we're fixing to have the ball in the air here at Jack Foster, and a nice kick, high, fielded at the 1-yard line and taken back up in the middle, now trying to be brought outside, and he's going to be tackled around the 10. Nothing there. Good coverage on the play by Rickards. And if you're with us in Radio Land, the Bulldogs are in all red pants, jerseys, and helmets. And the Rickards, which I don't know their mascot, Tim, you can help me with that.
Rickard Tiger? What is it? I'll find out in just a second.
But they are in blue pants.
Raiders.
The Raiders are in blue pants, gray jerseys, and blue helmets.
And yellow. And Dusty, as you know, yellow and blue don't go well for the eyesight. We're moving left to right on your radio dial. Nosher in the backfield. That's quarterback, right? Am I getting that right?
Correct. Ball's at the 11. First down and 10. First offensive possession of the 23 season, and it's going to be an inside give, and he's got plenty of room. Appleby across the 40. Out across midfield, has one man to beat, and he's going to be tripped up deep inside Raider territory, all the way down to the Raider 21-yard line. First down and 10 for the Dogs, and a great way to start off the year.
How about that? What are we going to call that, 50?
So that is a 49-yard, we'll call it 50-yard run to start off the year. And we're coming back out, 4 receiver set. Now they're going to motion Appleby back into the box behind his quarterback. Taking a little bit of time to get some adjustments from Coach Grant on the sideline. Ball's on the far hash. First down and 10 from the Raider 21. 11-12 left to go in the first quarter. And we're going to hand it off to Appleby once again. And this time he's going to be wrestled down for a loss of 1. Second down and 11 coming up for the Dogs.
All right, I got everybody's spread numbers. We're going to cut it off now because that was my fault for not jumping in earlier. Sorry about that.
Nosher setting up the troops here for the second down and 11 play. Ball's on the Raider 22-yard line. Appleby stays behind his quarterback in the backfield. Now motioning to Nosher's right side. 4 receivers set for the Dogs. Turtle drops back, looking to his right, throwing to his right, and has the completion out to Parks. Gain of around, we'll call it 4. Third down and 6 coming up for Crestview.
Real quick, I missed it. The -2, who was that on the first run? Appleby. Okay.
Third down and 6 for Crestview, just inside red zone territory at the Raider 19-yard line. Turtle fakes the snap. Now looks back to the sideline. 4 receiver set here for Crestview. Ball favoring the far hash. Turtle receives the snap, and he's going to hand it off to Parks. And Parks is going to try to sneak his way, but is only going to get about 3 yards on the play. Gets it down to the 15-yard line. Going to bring up 4th down and about 4.
Got to go for it here, right?
And it looks like we are going to keep the offense out on the field.
I would think so. The only reason is it's early. You probably hadn't practiced. Special teams is probably not the.
It would be about a 31-yarder.
Yeah, that's a long poke. Do you try to get them to jump before you make the play? No, you don't.
Turtle waiting for the snap. He does hard count twice, and now he's looking back over.
They're going to call timeout. They're going to call timeout.
We either call a timeout. So timeout Dogs. 4th down and 4. 8:55 left to go in the first quarter. 0-0 is our score.
Hello, friends. This is Brandon Martin, General Manager of Blackwater Golf Club here in Crestview, Florida. From the newly renovated 18 holes to the Top Tracer driving range, Blackwater has something to offer for everybody. Open 7 days a week for the best pricing. Book your tee times in advance on our website, golfatblackwater.com.
And we are back. Bulldogs are in timeout right now, moving left to right. They are sitting on, and I love the digital. We got that digital last year, right? The digital marker.
Yes. Yes.
We're sitting square on the 15-yard line. If you're just tuning in, moving left to right on your radio dial, Bulldogs are going to go for it right here. They're going to. We'll see how many receivers they're going to have. If Appleby sets up behind, or is he going to? No, he's going to go. Now we have 5 receivers on the field for the Bulldogs.
So empty set. Ball's favoring that far hash. Turtle is our quarterback. 4th down and 4. He receives the snap, looking to his right, throwing to the right, and has a wide open Parks in the middle of the field, and he walks it into the end zone.
Bulldogs get the first strike. That was Parks again. 15 yards. And how about that, marching down the field? That was pretty impressive.
Really nice 4th down conversion there by Crestview. Found a soft spot in that defense over the middle. Now we have the extra point team coming out on the field, and that's number 33 with the attempt. Myers. The snap is down, or the hold is down, and the kick is up.
Good.
Good. So 7-0 Dogs here with 8:48 left to go in the first quarter.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be Bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
And we are back. Bulldogs strike first. They'll be kicking left to right. Rickards will be moving right to left. Deep to receive. We don't know. We got to get a number from the head.
2 is on this side. I can't see him no better than you can.
Sailor.
Little
2 and 6.
Angle kick out to
I
the
can't believe he
sideline.
did it.
And the ball was going to go out of bounds, and the Raiders caught it going out of bounds, and that's going to put them back at their own 14-yard line.
Well, that's a couple things. You try that early on, and either that's poor coaching or the kids just don't know where they're at on the field. That we do that a lot. Coach Sweat works on that with the guys to angle their kicks, and hopefully you will have a kid like that catch it running out of bounds. If the ball went out of bounds, it's either a re-kick or it goes to automatic 35. So,
Yep.
or 40. Is it 35 or 40? I can't remember.
I think it goes to the 40 or a re-kick. Yep. Most people will just
Take
take
it.
on the 40, right?
Exactly.
Rickards coming out for their first offensive possession. They have a receiver set. Go ahead, Tim.
I'm sorry, Scott, I need the quarterback number.
Number 10 and number 3's behind him.
Yep, that's Henry, the quarterback.
3 receiver set, 2 to the top for the Raiders. And they're going to hand it off on the outside zone on the far side, and he's got a lot of room out across the 25 up to the 29-yard line. Gain of 14 on the play. First down and 10 for the Raiders.
And that was Battles. And they say, Coach told me off record, if he gets behind us, he's gone. If he gets behind secondary, he's gone. Nobody can catch him, he don't think. You know, so if he gets past the last guy.
And we have a stoppage of play here early. And let's see, it looks like an equipment issue for one of the linemen for the Raiders. So they're going to run on a new guy here.
I need Dusty, can you give me some help? Dusty, give me some help. Oh, who said that? Oh, no, that's something else.
Another 3-receiver set, ball pretty much in the middle of the field. They're going to go back to the well, and actually, the quarterback kept it. I thought he handed it off. Pulled me, but a nice tackle for a loss that time by number 5 for the Bulldogs. Loss of 2 on the play.
That's Phillips, Braylon Phillips. Braylon Phillips playing both ways as a receiver and outside line, or what is he, a DB out there?
Second down and 12. Ball is on the Raider 27-yard line. 7:50 and counting left to go in the first quarter. Dogs on top, 7-0. And the quarterback is going to roll out to the far side. He's going to make the initial tackler miss. He's got the corner, and is going to be brought down by his shoestrings. Nice tackle there in space by the Dogs. Gain of 2. Third down and 10 coming up for the Dogs.
Good pursuit to just hold that corner so they don't bite on the fake on this side. The quarterback rolls back around, and great pursuit. There was 2 or 3, and that's one thing Coach said. He wants to see 3, 4, 5 guys around the ball at the end of the play.
And that was number 15, senior inside linebacker Keyshawn Smith on the nice tackle. Third down and 10. Ball at the Raider 30-yard line. Drop back to pass as the quarterback throws it across the middle of the field and has a completion. Good enough for a first down yardage out to the 40, looks like the 41-yard line. Pass and catch of 11 yards. First down and 10 for the Raiders.
And just a strike right down the middle. He had the man beat it. It was sort of a curl comeback route, you'd call it, I guess. And he was there. It was a bang-bang play. But he was just past the line of scrimmage when he caught the ball. So first down for the Rickards Raiders, moving right to left on your radio dial. Beautiful night for football. A little hot, but a beautiful night.
Ball in the far hash, and they're going to run a little zone read. The quarterback's going to keep it. He's out across the 50, inside the Bulldog 40. And he's going to be run out of bounds at the Bulldog 36-yard line. So the Raiders have something going here early. 18
yards for the quarterback, Henry. And when you have speed like that, breakaway speed, you just got to, all eyes on the quarterback and running back at this point. We've got a timeout on the field, and we'll be back after a word from our sponsors here on WAZ 104.7.
Hey, football fans. Greg Watson here with Till & Waters Real Estate, here to let you in on a secret. One of our builders is committing his time and resources to an entire new line of smaller, more affordable homes than the big chain builders are offering locally. Contact me at gregwatsonrealestate.com and let's set up a sit-down meeting to consider plans and locations with this talented, dependable, and already proven young builder. Oh, and he's willing to pay all the home buyers' closing costs. Give me a shout and let's make a game plan for your home ownership win. gregwatsonrealestate.com.
We're back. First game, real game. We had a little scrimmage last week against Escambia, but this is the kickoff for the year. Appreciate all of our sponsors. We'll be going over those momentarily. Scott, attitude on the field right now that you've seen?
It's pretty quiet right now. We need a good turnover to get them pumped up.
We do need a turnover, I would say that.
Ball's on the near hash, 3 receivers to the top. The Raiders first down and 10 from the Bulldog 36. Quarterback rolls right, throws right, has a completion
knee on
to the
ground.
right, and he is going to get called for a knee on the ground after a gain of 1. Second down and 9 coming up for the Raiders at the Bulldog 35-yard line.
Rolls out to the right side, and I don't know if the receiver would have gotten any much more because we had a defender there, but he sort of slipped. Brunson was a magic man one time. He had a team over very athletic, and he just sprayed the field down all. We got a flag.
It's going to be our first sideline warning of the year.
Sideline warning, a little surge action. Put the score on the screen. Oh, thanks, Dad. Daddy's on top of it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
I mean, I can't do it all. I'm a program manager and producer. Trying to train my son to do the camera tonight.
Inside give by the Raiders. He has a seam up the right hash, and he's going to be tackled finally inside the 20 down to the 15. But we see some of that.
Did you see that?
And speed that you.
How far we get him? 20?
Yeah,
20. Did you see that? He went right through the line. He was touched 4 or 5 times, and we still couldn't. That's that Emmitt Smith stuff, Scott. Do you see that, Scott, a little bit?
Not yet, I don't.
Not yet.
Let's see a few more plays.
All right. Well, a good run nonetheless, and that's going to put them inside. But just inside the 10-yard line, looks like we got first down and goal from just inside the 10 for the Raiders. 5:14 and counting here in the first quarter. And a high snap back to the 30, and he's just going to have to fall on it, and they're going to call him dead around the Bulldog 27-yard line. So a big loss there. Now we got second down and goal. Coming up for the Raiders at the 27.
That looks like a minus of 12. Looks like about a 12, 13-yard loss, we'll call it. And that was a huge play right there.
I would say 4-down territory, but their kicker almost just missed putting it in the end zone on that opening kickoff.
I know, yeah. I think that if they get 10 yards, they're going to probably they'll go for the 3 points. But now if we can hold them right there, we got timeout on the field. It looks like Rickards is going to call timeout. We're going to be right back. Don't touch the dial. Go get a drink, but be right back.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
We are back, and the Bulldogs have second. The defense have got to stiffen up here. Second and goal from about the 20, we're going to call it 27, Corey?
27, yep, second and goal from the Bulldog 27 here, 4:30 left in the first quarter, and the Rickards quarterback's back to pass, and he steps up and has a long pass towards the end zone, has a man
touchdown
and a catch, and they're going to call that incomplete, just long.
Out of bounds.
Out of bounds. Third down and goal from the 27, but a very good opportunity for Rickards there.
Great opportunity, but I'll tell you what else, the quarterback elusiveness looked like he was sacked, and he ducked down, and the defender went flying by. He got up and threw a strike, but the receiver was out of the back of the end zone. Wow, what a play. That was huge.
Third down and goal from the Bulldog 27-yard line for Rickards. Three receiver set and another high snap. And he's just going to have to fall on that again back to the 40. And I really think that now they're probably going to punt, to be honest.
Absolutely. I would now. You know, I don't know. You know, they
back
just.
Back at the 41.
Is that a minus?
Another 11 yards.
11 yards.
13, 14 yards. Here comes the punt team. You really have no choice.
Don't have a choice. Wow, that was huge. When you rely so much on the shotgun, all these teams shotgun, if you don't have a good. By the way, do you remember Jim Pleaser?
I do.
His son just signed a D1 for South Dakota as a long snapper.
Really?
Not his oldest boy, his youngest boy.
I'll be dang.
Yes, it was a shock.
I wouldn't be shocked to see a fake.
A fake? Is that what you said, Scott?
Yeah, they got a lot of speed.
They got to get it.
We got a flag on the play. Oh, no.
Offsides on the Bulldogs. But
what
really,
are we doing?
That could change some things now, but I think, I don't know. They're kind of in a, the punter is pretty close to the line of scrimmage. What is he? Maybe 10 yards.
10 or 12 yards.
Yeah, 10. Yeah, so I see maybe a rugby punt here coming. No, just a short drop.
Almost blocked.
Yeah, ball's in the air, and that ball's going to be let go by the Dogs.
Oh.
Nice punt and nice coverage by Rickards. We're going to take over right around 6. With 3:22 left to go in the first quarter, we're up 7-0.
I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat.
We will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
The drama, the heroism, the history, the excitement of World War II combined Labor Day weekend in Crestview Spanish Trail Park The Crestview Cultural Services Division and the Living History Corps present Race to the Rhine, a World War II reenactment weekend, September 1st through 3rd. Events begin daily at 9 a.m. Free admission, free parking. For information, call 850-398-5459. That's 850-398-5459. Don't miss it.
And we're back. The first play from scrimmage was a run for 5 yards. Second down and 5 coming up for the Dogs from about the Bulldog 10-yard line. Turtle puts the man in motion. They're going to run the jet sweep to the near side, and he's going to make a man miss in the backfield, make another tackler miss, and still pulling Raiders out across the 20 up to the Bulldog 24-yard line. Nice 10-yard carry that time by number 2 for the Dogs, and that's
Rogers, ain't it? Yep.
That is Rogers on the jet sweep. Nice carry that time by the sophomore.
And how many yards we giving them?
I think 10.
First down.
First down and 10 for the Dogs from their own 24-yard line, up 7-0. About 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter, trying to add to that lead. 3 receiver sets, 2 to the top. Ball on the near hash. Parks is in the backfield behind Turtle. Still waiting to get the play in from the sideline. Now set. Turtle receives a snap, and he's going to hand it to Parks, and Parks has a hole outside across the 30 up to the Bulldog 30, we'll call it 8-yard line. Another first down, gain of 12 on the play. First down and 10 for the Dogs.
Good run, Parks. Actually, great blocking for the Bulldogs, and I'm just going to tell you right now, you got on the right side, you've got Peyton Simmons Jr. that's doing a fantastic job, and Azale Burton doing a great job.
Turtle back at the line of scrimmage, receives a snap, looking to his right, throwing to his right, and just overshoots his intended target on the near side around half field. That was number 5 for the Dogs on the intended Phillips, the intended target. Incompletion, second down and 10 coming up for Crestview.
That he's 1 for 2. I'll take that right now. If he can finish out 50%, that'll be a good number, I would think. But now he was well, I wouldn't say that. He was 13 for 17 against Escambia.
Was he?
13 of 17.
Back at the line, trips left for the Dogs. Turtle trying to complete a wide receiver screen. That ball's going to fall incomplete. Number 4, the intended target. That was Zai, our freshman, unable to get it to him there. Looked like Rickards kind of snipped that one out, Tim.
And also, it looked like there was a little extra contact there before the ball got to number 4, Zai, excuse me. Tassin, Tassin. Dusty, can I have some help? Dusty, the great proficient English major.
Buck 22 left to go in the first quarter. Bulldogs face a third down and 10 at their own 37, 38-yard line. Turtle steps up trying to scramble, and he's not going to go anywhere. Maybe a gain of 1. Going to bring up fourth down and 9 coming up for Crestview at a 39-yard line, and we'll see what we decide to do here, Tim.
There's no decision. I would not think so. Scott, what do you say? No decision?
They're going to punt it.
They got to punt it.
Yeah.
Santa Claus texted me. He was going to let me know that I could put the score up, but he said, now Santa Claus is living in South Florida now. But he said only Daddy can say something like that. So, but anyways, Mr. Locke played Santa for us at Desi's for a long time. He didn't play. He's a real McCoy.
And it looks like Phillips is going to be our punter.
Really?
Once we get all our guys on, about 4 seconds left to go on the play clock. We're going to have to burn a timeout or take the 5-yard penalty.
Take the penalty.
And it looks like we are just going to take a 5-yard penalty, maybe.
What?
We'll see.
Did they not? They did nothing. Oh.
Yeah,
there we go.
We're going to take the delay. Back at 5, so it's going to be fourth down.
We could have got away with it because they didn't call it for about 7 seconds. The referees didn't see it. If we could have snapped it off real quick, we could have got out. But like you said, we will take the delay of game. With 24 seconds left in the first quarter, the Bulldogs are up 7-0, striking early with a 50-yard run by Appleby to set it up for Parks getting in the end zone. But the Bulldogs here will punt it away to number 3, I believe, isn't it, Scott?
Phillips standing at his own 20. And he gets the punt away. It's a short punt out to the right. Going to land at the Raider 40 and take a Raider bounce up to the Raider 44. So that's where they'll take over. First down and 10.
Got 15 yards added to it.
15 seconds left to go 14 seconds left to go in the first quarter. The Dogs are on top, 7-0.
We keep it right here. We've got a flag.
15 yards.
It looks like it's 15 back that way, or is it forward?
No, it's against them.
It's against them, right?
Yes.
What was the call? Was it face mask, Scott?
Block in the back.
Block in the back. We'll take it. Hey, listen. Anything you can get right now. And I'm going to tell you, early on in the year, and Coach said this a lot, you see mental errors. He don't want mental errors. Physical, if we get beat physically, that's one thing. But like, for instance, this right here, these penalties, these 15-yard penalties, offsides. I know he was a little upset about that when you're punting, when, you know, you're up against a punt. You just wait until the ball snap. Rickards will start off on their own 29-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Henry and Battle in the backfield.
Ball is on the near hash, and they're going to hand that ball off to Battle, and he's going to work that far edge, and he's going to be tackled after a gain of 2. That's going to bring up 2nd down and 8, and that's also going to bring up the end of the first quarter with the Dogs on top, 7-0.
We'll be right back.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Coyer, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County. Family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com.
KC Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
And we're back. Rickards now moving left to right. The snap.
And the handoff once again up the far side off the left side of the line. And once again, a nice job by the Bulldog defensive line. Loss of 1 on the play. 3rd down and a long 8 coming up for the Raiders.
When you only have one guy in the backfield and he's supposed to be your guy, it's easy to adjust to that, I think, defensively. And, you know, hey, they may get a play action off. But Coach said, I asked him, I said, would you rather get burned by the long run or the long pass? He said the pass, because there's more that has to happen perfectly for that to happen.
Big 3rd down here for the Raiders from their own 31. The quarterback steps back in the pocket, throws over the middle of the field. Had a man maybe, but overshot him. 4th down and 8 coming up for Rickards from their own 31-yard line, and I would assume the punt team coming out.
We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it is. You're correct. You never know, though. You don't want to take no guessing. No guess. Hey, the first 3 games, we have Gulf Breeze next week, which they're off tonight. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, the Bulldogs coach and staff is going to go watch Choctaw and Pace, which is our game 3 and 4, which will be great. We also have another Thursday night game against Leon, at Leon, by the way. I thought I'd throw that out there.
Coleman standing at our own 35-yard line, and he is going to fair catch this at the 30. So the Bulldogs will start off 1st down and 10 from their own 30-yard line here with, we'll call it 11-11 left to go in the first half.
So first 3 games at home, we have Gulf Breeze next Friday night, then Choctaw. Then we go on the road for 2 games against Pace and Niceville. So those first 5 games, I'm blocking them as our toughest or could be our most important games. And then the last 5 games, Milton, Mosley, Childs, Leon, and Fort Walton. Still a tough schedule nonetheless. The only one that you would say possibly is automatic, but you don't know because they've reloaded, is Fort Walton. A lot of kids went to Fort Walton.
Yeah, they are definitely much improved.
Absolutely.
With the new coach over there. Ball's on the far hash, 4 receiver set, 3 to the top, and a little play action and a completion out for a gain of around 7. That's to our tight end Green up to the top side. So 2nd down and 3 coming up for Crestview.
We had him wide open too. Just sort of threw behind him. We're going to give him 7.
2nd down and 3. Appleby is back in at running back beside Turtle. Turtle's back to pass again, looking to the near side, throwing to the near side, and overshooting his intended target. That's for Zy Tayson on the intended receiver. 3rd down and 3 coming up for Crestview.
Out of 5 attempts so far for Nosher, he has hit his target twice.
And I was just going to say, just eyeballing it, they put the football further back than
they did. They're going to fix it.
Down marker. I mean, I didn't think I was going crazy.
Hold on, man, come on. I know this is the first game, but you got to be a little better than that, don't you?
Ball's on the 36, the Bulldog 36. Moving right to left, new quarter, 10:37. Left to go in the first half, and a high snap. Ball gets away from Turtle, and
trouble.
We're trying to fall on it, and I think that we did a nice recovery there by Appleby getting that ball, even though it was a huge loss back to the Bulldog 20. 4th down and forever, and we're going to have to punt this ball away.
We're going to call that about a loss of 10, 12, probably 10.
A loss of about
14.
14. No. That brings out the punting unit. And hopefully we can get off a little bit better punt than we did last time.
Phillips is going to stand around his own 5-yard line. The Raider returner is around midfield. Need a good snap here and just really just for the punt to get away. We don't want a catastrophe here, just give them points, right? And they are late running a guy on the field, so we're going to get 5 yards on the illegal substitution. Somebody threw a flag, I mean, come on, guys.
I don't know. We're going to find out.
Illegal substitution on the Raiders. No, they're going to call it on the Dogs. They're going to call a delay game, but I swear to you.
That guy rolled in at the last second.
But maybe it was a delay game because I wasn't watching the play clock. So.
Oh, so they're saying the clock might have went down.
So now Phillips is standing at his own goal line, and we just 4th down and forever. He gets the snap and gets the punt away, and it's a short punt.
Let it roll,
and Bulldog bounced that time, picked up just across midfield. Nice punt, about a 52-yarder from where he kicked it.
Yeah, so
the Raiders
about a 42.
will take over at their own 47, 1st down and 10.
Nice punt, 40. We're going to call what? Because he's about 10 yards or 7 yards back. Let's call it a 45-yarder. I want to give them 45 on that. Bulldogs now need to stiffen up. Rickards won the battle of the field position on that series of plays there, as Rickard, as you remember, was caught back there pretty deep and then pinned the Bulldogs back deep, and now they're sitting at midfield right here. Let's see what happens.
3 receivers to the near side. The ball is on the near hash, so they kind of have them bunched up over here. The running back is behind his quarterback in the backfield. Ball's at the Raider 47-yard line. They're moving left to right. They're going to hand that ball off, and a swarm of dogs are in the backfield. Loss of about 4, a host of dog tacklers, and 2nd down and 14 coming up.
I think we're going to get 15 on them, I believe.
And there is a flag on the play after the fact, and we'll see what they sort out here.
I think it's unsportsman on Rickards.
Unsportsman. That'll be 15.
Well, they're talking about it here.
Let's see, we've had an offsides, and is that it so far?
Yep.
Just an offsides. If they get this will be 2 unsportsmanlike 15-yard penalties. Are they going to pick it up?
And
no, they're going to move it back.
We are still waiting for word from the white hat, and he's coming over and consulting the far.
Where is he going to mark it
sideline.
from, I guess?
He's going over to talk to the opposing coach, so I don't know exactly.
Why would you even ask him? Because we're going to take the penalty.
It looks like they might take somebody out. Somebody's got a helmet off in there. I'm not sure what's going on. To be honest with you.
Well, if it, is it targeting? Do you get automatically kicked down in high school, or do you get a warning?
No.
I'm not sure it was punching.
And they're talking now to the other sideline, so there must have been a pretty serious scuffle. And they are going to mark off 15 on the Raiders. That's going to back the ball up inside their own 30 to the Raider 28-yard line, and the play should count. So it's going to be second down and 27. Yeah, second down and about 27 for Rickards coming up here with 9:25 left to go in the first half. Dogs on top, 7-0. So after the long discussion, they marked it off. Rickards is back on the ball, and they're going to run some guys on the field here later. We're still waiting for Rickards to get set. 4 seconds left to go on the play clock. Ball snap, looking to his left and throws a wide receiver screen. And that ball's going to be dropped. Third down and 27.
Wow.
Coming up for Rickards.
Bulldogs really just playing.
Well, they're playing their position. We got people staying, when they got them stay on a reverse, he's staying home. I mean, everybody's playing where they're supposed to be.
Third down from the Rickards 28. They have to get it all the way across the Bulldog 44-yard line for a first down. Third and forever. Two receiver set. Rickards quarterback throws left and has a man and a completion out across around midfield. So you are definitely going to see a fourth down attempt here. Fourth down and about 8. Nice passing catch that time for the
What are we going to call that, about 20 almost?
About 20.
Yeah. Beautiful pass. I mean, on the money out there at the top side of the field, just a go route. And he hit him in stride. Beautiful passing catch.
Fourth down and 8. Ball at the Rickards 49-yard line. And excuse me, they got the punter in. That's a very conservative call. We have Coltness back standing at our own 15.
I'd watch the fake.
Definitely watch a fake. And we got somebody coming
on
the field.
We had to call
late,
timeout.
Coach Grant had to call timeout because we can't get the right guys on the field. So with 8:01 left in the first half, the Bulldogs are on top 7-0.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of our decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process. So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park, and their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
Hey football fans, this is Greg Watson with Till & Waters Real Estate, here with a thought for potential homebuyers about recent interest changes and their effect on the local market. Fact is, builders and sellers have pretty much adjusted prices to offset interest rate increases, so a monthly payment today is not much different than it was at the beginning of the year. So don't think you might have waited too long to buy a home. Let's get together and find what's out there for you. Drop me a line or give me a call at 256-682-6605, or you can visit my website at gregwatsonrealestate.com.
And looky here, we missed it, but the Bulldogs just scored. Can somebody, Scott, anybody? We were looking at something else.
It was a high snap on the punt, and I couldn't tell who you picked it up, but we picked it up and ran it in for a
Appleby. No, they was going to try something then. It just didn't work out.
How about that? The timeout actually worked. Did you get it on camera, son? Because you'll get fired if you didn't get that on camera. Wow.
That pushes the score to Crestview 13, Rickards nothing. 7:50 left to go in the first half, and we have the extra point team coming out on the field. Appleby is our holder. Evans is, or excuse me, Evans. I think it's Myers. Yeah, excuse me. Myers is our kicker for the extra point. Snap is good, holds down, kicks up, and it's no good. Partially blocked, so leave the score at 13 to zip. Bulldogs on top, 7:50 left to go in the first half.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been invested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
And we are back. Appleby, there's been three bad snaps for Rickards, and the third one cost them as Appleby goes after the ball and picks it up and trots in untouched for a touchdown, about a 45-yard grab and go back the other way. I'd say 35 actually, probably, where they picked the ball up. And now the Bulldogs are up 13-0. 7:50 left here in the first half. The halftime show will be coming up, brought to you by Okaloosa Gas. Appreciate Eddie Springle and his crew for supporting the Bulldogs and broadcast. They'll be sponsoring the halftime show. The band will be playing during that, and we'll be going over the stats and any kind of. During the year, we'll have updates most of the time. We've got one more Thursday night game, and that's when we travel to Tallahassee to play Leon, the second to the last game, the last Thursday night in October. Here's the kick.
And Myers is ready to kick this ball away, and it's a short kick around the 30. Caught by the Raiders. Good coverage by the Dogs. Out, we'll call it to the Raider 35-yard line. First down and 10 is where the Raiders will take over from their own 35.
Not a lot of big plays for the Bulldogs, but the 50-yard run by Appleby sets up a 15-yard touchdown early in the first quarter. And now Appleby with a pick up a fumble and run it in for a touchdown for a 35-yard run and score.
Well, really the two difference-making plays really three. The 50-yard run at the beginning, the fourth down conversion for the touchdown, and then the scoop and score by Appleby.
That's right.
And Crestview is all in the Raider backfield. They are absolutely manhandling them up front on defense. A loss of 5, second down and 15 back to the 30. The Raider 29.
You take away the one run, the 20-yard run by Battle early on. He had a 14-yard run and then a 20-yard run. Everything else, the quarterback had an 18-yard run. Other than that, everything's been a negative almost.
I'm telling you, the Dogs had 4 guys in the backfield by the time that handoff was made. They are absolutely getting after it up front, and they continue here.
Wow.
Another tackle for loss of 2 on the play. The Dogs are living in the Raider backfield early on in the first half.
That is amazing. I don't know why, but we didn't see that last week. We couldn't tell what was going on, but we just didn't see that.
Yeah. A little different level of intensity when you're actually
That's true.
Playing for something.
You're at home.
It's
a decent crowd for a first and it's a Thursday night game. You can't expect a packed house, can you?
No.
It's hard.
And it's hot.
And it's hot.
I'm not sure I'm not out there. Scott? Man in motion. They motion into empty, and we're going to have a pre-snap penalty. That should be a legal procedure on the Raiders. Back him up another 5. That's going to bring up third down at 25. Nope, premature on my end. They're going to call us for offsides. Third down at 12 coming up for the Raiders from their own 31 yards.
So that's our second offside penalty. one coming during the punt, which didn't really hurt us. Did you say they marked off 5 yards?
Yeah. Quarterback has it, looking to his left, trying to scramble out. He's going to be tackled from behind. Gets it up to about the Raider 39-yard line, 38-yard line. Going to bring up 4th down and 6 for the Raiders. And it looks like their punt team's coming out.
That's amazing. With 5:46 and the clock's running, Bulldogs up 13-0. And this intensity for the defense is amazing, especially how young they are.
Cole Metz back deep for the Dogs, standing at his own 25-yard line.
By the way, great hands.
Don't jinx him.
No, right.
Too late.
Too late now. I mean, you know. He's not listening, I don't think, unless he's got a headset.
The Raider punter standing at the 25, and he gets away, a low punt, going to go out of bounds. He doesn't have a chance through the announcer jinx.
Thank
you. Go out of bounds. It looks around the Bulldog 32 where they'll take over. 5:08 left to go in the first half. Bulldogs on top, 13-0.
What a break.
When my wife and I were looking for a new home, we prioritized 2 things: the neighborhood and an amazing kitchen. We both love to cook, so the kitchen was an important factor, and we really wanted energy efficiency. Those considerations led us to a natural gas home.
We've heard about clean, affordable, reliable energy. It's true. We grill, heat water, cook, and heat our home with natural gas, and I'm shocked at how little our gas bill is each month. Find out for yourself at oklasagas.com.
If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959.
And we are back. Bulldogs are up 13-0. Halftime will be coming up here in a few minutes. 5 minutes showing on the clock. Empty set for Nocher, moving right to left on your dial.
Turtle set to receive the snap, looking to his right, now stepping up and throws to his right, has the completion out on the far sideline up to around
50-yard line.
Looks like just short of the 50 up to the Bulldog 48, first down and 10, gain of, we'll call it 15 on the play. Ish.
30 to the 50?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was the 32 to about the 48.
And that was to who?
I couldn't tell you.
Somebody tell me who it was.
Can't see that far. Numbers.
Oh, it was number 1.
That is Coleman's. Double stack. 2 receivers stacked to either side. 1 man in the backfield beside Turtle. That's Appleby. Turtle back to pass again. He's going to hit Appleby out near flat. Appleby makes a man miss across the 50 and gets spun down at around the Raider 47-yard line. Pick up of around 5. We'll give him 4 on the play. Second down and 6 coming up for the Dogs inside Raider territory.
I don't know that. I think they marked his progression, didn't they? Because he tried a second time and it looked like he might have lost a little yardage, but I think they give it to him.
Ball's resting at the Raider 47. 4:12 left to go here and counting here in the second quarter. The Dogs would be nice to punch one more in, make this a 3-possession game going into halftime. And we are going to take another timeout as we had some play clock issues. Or they're going to reset the clock 1. Let's see.
Well, one of the two. Otherwise,
they're going to call us for a delay of game. But I think what Coach Grant's saying is I think there was some confusion on the spot of the ball, like you said, all about forward progress. And anyway, it's going to back us up 5, second down and a short 11 from the Bulldog 48-yard line. Ball's on the near hash, 3 receivers to the top. Looks like Parks maybe. Yep, Parks in the backfield with Turtle, and he's going to hit him in the far flat. Parks has the corner out across the Raider 45, and he's going to get hit hard out of bounds. at the Raider 44. Going to bring up 3rd down and manageable, about 3rd down and 3 for the Dogs.
Depending on where they mark it. Yep, you're right. 3rd and 3, we'll call it. Parks just flaring out to the right side, just a safety valve. That was a planned pass to the top side of the field. And he had some run room. Parks got enough speed to get around the corner. Brings up 3rd and, like you said, about 2.5, 3.
Yeah, a short 3, long 2. 5 wide receivers, Turtle, all along in the backfield, and they're going to get us on an illegal procedure. A false start by the Dogs. Back us up 5. 3rd down and now 8 for the Dogs. That's going to push us back just inside plus territory at the 49.
4 5-yard penalties when you don't need them, especially on offense.
Getting hot and tired at this time.
Yep. 4:29 and counting. Bulldogs now have 3rd and 8, we'll call it, or a long 7.
Turtle and empty, back to pass, throws it, has almost just overthrew his intended target here on the near sideline. Going to bring up 4th down and we'll call it a long 7. Number 2, the intended target, that was Rogers.
Got a punt. Don't you got a punt here?
Up 13, 3:16 left, in plus territory. I probably would, or at least fake it.
Or try to get them to jump?
You could have tried it, yeah.
Got 19 seconds to get set.
And Phillips is out. And that is our punter so far in the early going here in 2023. He's standing at his own 38-yard line. The Raider returner standing around his own 20. The ball is away. Nice punt, spiraling punt. Caught inside the Raider 15, and he's going to slip down. Nice coverage by the Dogs. He's going to get it out to about the 17. That's where the Raiders will set up shop with 3:06 left to go in the first half. Down 13-0. The Raiders will try to come back when we come back.
Hey, this is Amber with the Cottage Boutique and Formal Wear. Ladies, if you're looking for something for a special occasion, stop in and see us. And for the men, we also offer tuxedo rentals for prom, weddings, and anything that you really need them for. We are open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday from 10 to 1. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays. If you don't know where we're located and you happen to want to stop in and see us, we're at the corner of Wilson Street and Highway 90. And you can also call us anytime at 850-682-2446.
We are back. The Raiders moving left to right. They only have 3 minutes left to score. Here we go.
And they're going to start off in the air. Quarterback evades pressure, scrambling out to the far side and just throws that ball away. There is no outside the tackle box. That should be intentional grounding if he didn't have a receiver in the area.
There was nobody in the area. Is that not?
And let's see if they throw the flag, or they say, yep, they're going to throw the flag.
They have to.
So intentional grounding, that's probably going to lose them about 6.
That guy's been watching too much TV.
Well, in fairness, I mean, there probably should be. That probably should be a rule. If it's going to be in college.
That's true. That's true. I would say you're right about that. I mean, would you rather the kid get hit hard or have a chance to? If he's out of the tackle, I mean, he almost run to the sidelines himself.
So really, it's a loss of about 8. 2nd down and 18 coming up for the Raiders inside around their own 10-yard line, looks like. 2:57 left to go in the first half. Bulldogs on top, 13-0. And really an opportunity here for Crestview maybe to get some field position and punch one more in before halftime.
If we can get the Dogs, I mean, if the Dogs can stiffen up here, a big play right here really shake up the Raiders.
Ball is on the near hash, 3 receivers to the top. He's going to throw a little bubble screen out to the far side, and he's got a little room. We'll give him a gain of about 3. 3rd down and a long coming up for the Raiders.
All right, people, if you're watching TV, bear with my son. He's learning. This is his first experience on the camera. Basketball's a lot easier.
2:30 and counting here in the first half. 3rd down and about 20 from their own, inside their own 10-yard line.
Big play here, big play.
For the Raiders. I really, if I was Rickards, probably just hand this ball off, but they're going to drop back to pass, and he is under pressure. And that ball is going to come out of his hand. No call yet. They're going to call that a fumble on the field. Nope, the far guy's got it as an incompletion. So, fourth
flag.
down.
Why would there be flag?
Well, the guy on the far
Oh, safety. He calls a safety.
Oh, they called a safety.
Yes.
Well, the far line judge had incomplete pass. But with 2 minutes left, the Bulldogs find a safety, extends the lead to 15, and will get the ball right back on the free kick. Like I said, if I was Rickards, I probably would have just handed that ball off and punted, and maybe, no telling what happens. But when you're backed up deep in your own territory like that, especially with the amount of pressure that the Dogs have been able to create in the backfield, you're just kind of looking for trouble.
By the way, I don't want to jinx it. I mean, listen, Coach said it in the coach's show. Would that be a jinx if I repeat what he said? No?
No.
We've never beaten Rickards in the history.
Well, can I tell you, the last time I remember playing them, they had a kid, I called the game, I believe, with Dusty.
Really?
It's been a while. It's been over 10 years because I wasn't even calling games back then.
Really? And you called it?
I called it with Dusty, I believe. Dusty,
Really?
correct me, but we got beat that
Was
night.
it here?
No, it was at Tallahassee.
How did y'all go over there and set up?
It was just radio only back then.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Wonder how y'all.
We had a little,
Dusty
we
must
had a
have
little
did it.
box right there.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, you did. I wonder why I wasn't there.
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, Braxton's trying to daggum correct me.
He's trying to get a promotion. That's what he's trying to do.
All right, 15 it is.
We got a. I'm not even gonna say it.
2 minutes left in the game, in the first half, and the Bulldogs are set up on about the 35-yard line to receive the free kick. And we'll see how it goes.
And they do have the ball on the tee. You do have the option, I believe, to punt it in a nice.
What are we doing playing way up like
all
that?
All the way back to about the 13, picked up by the Dogs. That's Phillips. Phillips makes the man miss, now across the 30, out to about the Bulldog 35-yard line. So made a little something out of nothing. Minute 51 left to go here in the first half. Bulldogs on top after the safety, 15-0.
Hello, friends. This is Brandon Martin, General Manager at Blackwater Golf Club here in Crestview, Florida. From the newly renovated 18 holes to the Top Tracer driving range, Blackwater has something to offer for everybody. Open 7 days a week for the best pricing. Book your tee times in advance on our website, golfatblackwater.com.
We are back. Bulldogs do have an opportunity here. Empty backfield for Noster, moving right to left on your dial.
And I would imagine we're on 2-minute offense, maybe on the wristbands. Turtle having to evade pressure, scrambles out to the far side, looking downfield, throwing downfield, and maybe having a completion out there on the far sideline. And now they're going to call that incomplete. So second down and 10. But an attempt, he was looking for Green as tight end over there on the scramble drill. Second down and 10 coming up from the Dogs.
No, I think he caught it.
Well, they called it. Yeah, he called it incomplete.
Scott, are you on? What did you say? He caught it?
It looked to me like he caught it.
What? Well, if it's
didn't.
incomplete, the clock ran. He's got to reset it.
And they are. He's going to reset the play clock. 1:38 left to go here in the first half. Ball's on the near hash. Turtle back to pass, and he's going to have to scramble out to the far side again. And he's going to throw it down deep down the field and right
got a
through
flag?
the hands of Colmetz. About at the Raider 35-yard line. Incompletion. Third down and 10. And it looked like he had a play. It would have been a good play. Or good catch, rather.
Good catch, good play.
Ball's at the Bulldog 34-yard line. 1:29 left here in the first half. Third down and 10 after back-to-back incompletions. We are going to go back to 5 wide receivers. Turtle all alone back there in the backfield. And he receives a snap, and he's looked to his right, or looks to complete a screen, a little tunnel screen on the far side, and that's going to lose about 2. Fourth down and about 13. Rickards is going to call timeout with 1:19, trying to set something up on offense.
Absolutely. Man, that was a big play to Colmetz. If he hits that, that's a game changer. Now we've got to punt the ball, get off a good snap, get a good punt off, and play defense for about a minute. And that's what the Bulldogs are going to have to set to do here.
And like you talked about with all the athletes that Rickards has, one play, and it's a one-possession game going into halftime.
That's right. 15-0, 119 left. Bulldogs have to punt. And again, it only takes, like you said, one play. Battle can break it. We saw the speed he had early. Now, our defense have been keyed up on him. And actually, you know, we had 5 or 6 sacks last Thursday, and about 10 plays where we was in the backfield almost grabbing the quarterback. So
and it's definitely carried over to tonight.
Absolutely.
Phillips standing at about his own 17. The Raider returner around his own 35. The punt is away, and another solid punt, high punt in the middle of the field, and they're going to let that bounce, and it's going to bounce all the way down to the Raider 33-yard line. 109 left to go in the first half. Bulldogs on top, 15-0.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be Bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Back at Jack Foster Stadium for the first game of the year, taking on Rickards Raiders. First year that they've been over here in a while.
They're going to motion into empty. The quarterback catches a snap on the bounce, gets it out to the far flat. He's got a completion for about 6. He's going to go out of bounds over there on the far sideline, up across the 35, up to the 38. Minute left, second down and 5 coming up for the Raiders.
Clock stops as it went out of bounds. I'm assuming that.
Yes, and a 4-receiver set now trips to the near side, now motioning back into empty. Quarterback back to pass. He's going to throw a little bubble screen out here to the near side. A completion across the 45, run out of bounds just across it. Up and at the 45. First down and 10 though for the Raiders. 52 seconds left to go in the first half. Raiders have it at their own 45-yard line.
Raiders has a chance to get it at least in scoring position for their field goal kicker because he's got a leg. See what happens here.
Ball on the near hash. 3 receivers to the top. Quarterback back to pass. And he's under serious pressure.
Oh, that's another flag.
And that'll be another intentional grounding back at around the Raider 32-yard line. Maybe a drive kill or open for the Dogs. 45 seconds left in the first half.
Can you oh, never mind. You got to take the penalty because, yeah, you've got to take the penalty. And that's going to.
It's a loss of down.
It's a loss of down, anyways. And is it a 10 or 15?
No, it's at the spot.
Oh, it's at the spot.
Yeah.
And a loss of down. That's right. So it's basically like a sack.
It's a sack.
That's what it is.
And the clock should start on the whistle. It does not, but it should. 45 seconds left, second down and a super Walmart here for the Raiders. Back to pass is the quarterback scrambling out to the far side, looking downfield, and overshoots his intended receiver.
Wow.
Third down and forever.
He had about 25 yards in front of him. He could have just took off and run and picked up half of that distance, but he decided to try to throw it on the run to hit a real small target. Brings up third down. It does stop the clock with 38 seconds. We have the big red machine coming at halftime, so don't touch the dial. They'll get set up now. I asked Jody yesterday, I said, Jody, give me some 80s music. Give me some 80s. He said there is one song, it's called Heroes is his theme.
Rickards quarterback rolls to his right, finds the completion out in the far flat, and finds a nice yardage, and that's that one play we're talking about, and I think he's got a first down. No, they're going to mark him out just short, but that's going to be about 4th down and 2, a gain of 20 plus on the play, 25 seconds left to go here in the first half. And just when you start to relax, that athleticism from Rickards can bust you at any time.
Well, with 25 seconds, if we hold them here, do you knee it or do you?
And Crestview trying to run a guy off late. I think maybe they got a timeout in. We'll see. And yes, they do. So we're going to have a timeout for the Dogs to avoid a illegal substitution penalty. 25 seconds left.
With 25 seconds left, you burn your last one. I don't think he's too upset about that.
No.
We'll be right back.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
And we are back. Bulldogs with 25 seconds left need to hold the Raiders right here. They have 4th and about, we'll call it 2. And if they can hold them here, we can go into the locker room at least up 15. You're saying that if they hold them here, you don't think we'll run a play?
That's going to be under 20 seconds. You're getting out of here 15, up 15. I don't think so, but I've been wrong a lot, so we'll see.
Well, first of all, we got to hold Rickards.
And they're trying to set up on offense, and that looks like they're going to have to take a timeout because they couldn't get lined up on offense.
Huh.
Little sloppiness.
We'll be right back.
Hey, football fans. Greg Watson here with Till and Waters Real Estate, here to let you in on a secret. One of our builders is committing his time and resources to an entire new line of smaller, more affordable homes than the big chain builders are offering locally. Contact me at gregwatsonrealestate.com and let's set up a sit-down meeting to consider plans and locations with this talented, dependable, and already proven young builder. Oh, and he's willing to pay all the home buyers' closing costs. Give me a shout and let's make a game plan for your home ownership win. gregwatsonrealestate.com.
Appreciate all of our sponsors this year. I think we just picked up a dentist, child dentist pediatrician. I talked to her today. We're going hopefully they'll get on next week. And I've got a couple other people looking at it, but we do appreciate it. The school is charging WAZ this year, and so our fees went up a little bit. Shotgun formation for Henry and company. Moving left to right. He drops back. He's looking. He finds a man, and it is a first down. And that'll stop the clock. The clock did not run. Where did they get the referees? I do not understand. Huh?
They're running it now. So it should have stopped on the first down completion. Instead it's running. So we're inside.
Either way, I guess we're okay.
We're inside of 13 seconds now. They're going to clock that with now 9 seconds. So most likely, maybe 2 plays. No, they're still running. Well, 8 seconds now. So, yeah, 1 play. I have no idea what's going on with the clock, Jim.
I don't know, but the bottom line is we better have somebody back because we know they're going to throw it deep first and basically go with 8 seconds left. They have to get – unless they run out of bounds, they cannot stop the clock. Niceville did it last year at the last second with about 8 seconds. Ran about a 10 and out. I don't know if the quarterback's got an arm enough to get it to the end zone. Probably does. It's about a 45, 50-yard pass. And we'll see if Henry has it. Fortunately, Battle's in the backfield. He's not in the receiver slot. They've got him loaded to the top side. A long pass. And that's incomplete with 3 seconds. They'll get one more pass away. Bulldogs defenders doing a great job of not committing a foul there.
Down to 1 second.
Down to 1 second. Now I appreciate the clock runner. He's just running it down.
I don't know if it's him or the scoreboard's got a delay or something.
I don't know.
Regardless, one
more play, and then we'll go to the locker room. We'll have a quick timeout. Big Red Machine will come on. I would say text in your scores, but guess what? Ain't no scores to text in. seeing it's Thursday.
I think
a little anticlimactic first game on Thursday. There might be a couple games. If you're at a game, Laura, is Choctaw playing shotgun. Henry drops back. He throws it at the buzzer. He's going to get it to the end zone, and it is intercepted. And they're going to try to run it out. That was Zy Tyson. And that will end the first half with an interception. Good job there. Bulldogs up 15-0. We'll get ready for the Big Red Machine. Don't touch your dial. We'll be right back.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat.
We will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
The drama, the heroism, the history, the excitement of World War II combined Labor Day weekend in Crestview Spanish Trail Park. The Crestview Cultural Services Division and Living History Corps present Race to the Rhine, a World War II reenactment weekend, September 1st through 3rd. Events begin daily at 9 a.m. Free admission, free parking. For information, call 850-398-5459. That's 850-398-5459. Don't miss it.
I don't know if you just caught that, but we have a World War II reenactment next week, and I'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. We have the Okaloosa Gas halftime show presented by the Big Red Machine, and then we'll go to our stats as soon as the Big Red Machine has a little time. And we will, looks like they're getting set up now. You can watch it on YouTube. We've got the best we can, zooming out as best as we can here. And they're setting up now. Bulldogs up 15-0 here at halftime. And we are about to get underway here with a Big Red Machine. Let's see what they're going to present tonight. Not for sure, but we're going to find out. That's some beautiful noise by the Big Red Machine. We're going to take a quick timeout. We've got your stats coming here just momentarily, and then second half. Bulldogs are up 15-0. We'll be right back.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Coyer, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County. Family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com.
KC Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of her decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process. So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park. And their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
Hey football fans, this is Greg Watson with Till & Waters Real Estate, here with a thought for potential homebuyers about recent interest changes and their effect on the local market. Fact is, builders and sellers have pretty much adjusted prices to offset interest rate increases, so a monthly payment today is not much different than it was at the beginning of the year. So don't think you might have waited too long to buy a home. Let's get together and find what's out there for you. Drop me a line or give me a call at 256-682-6605, or you can visit my website at gregwatsonrealestate.com.
It is halftime. Okaloosa Gas halftime show. The Big Red Machine give us a couple songs, I think, in their repertoire. It was called Heroes, and I couldn't tell if one of those songs were from the 80s or not. It was hard to tell when I wasn't paying attention. I guess you need to pay attention. Bulldogs up 15-0 against Rickards' team that comes over that's fully loaded. Let's go over the stats real quick. Like, we have total offense. I'm visiting to tell you here in just a second, but Appleby makes up 83 yards. Now, one of them was that pick and go with that, grab and go, whatever you want to call it. But Parks had a great run. We're going to then, as far as the receiving core, there was that 20-yard strike, and there was a couple 4 or 5, but really Nosher's passing percentage is not the best right now. And Dusty generally does these for me, or his wife, so I don't know who to blame. I'm just saying, that's my other guy sure ain't going to do it for me. I don't know what his name is, but I'm doing the stuff right now. Let's see if it'll do it for me. Nope, it didn't do it. I'm learning this new spreadsheet. 83 offensive yards for Appleby, 30 yards for Parks. Rogers had 10. Actually, Appleby had another 5 in the air. So about 125 yards total offense. No, not 120. Did you say 125? I don't think so. That's 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, about 150 yards. 150 yards total offense for the Bulldogs. And if you take away the minus 20 yards that we've had a couple of big sacks, and actually we've had 5 sacks. That equals 19 yards. So minus 19 on the quarterback. He's had a couple runs, but you have to add all that in. So minus 20 yards, we'll call it, for easy multiplication. Only 70 yards in the air, 24 yards on the ground for the Raiders. So total, if you take that away, it's only about 75 yards. So what do you do? Anything? What do you adjust? So you had 4 offsides, 2 on the offense, 2 on the defense. What do you do?
Defensively, you just keep doing the same thing. You know, like I said, they are winning the battle up front on defense. They are living in the Raider backfield and really disrupting things.
I think that's what you got to do. If they just keep the same game plan, what does Rickards have to do? Do they have anything? We don't know.
They have to find a way to block us up front, and if they can't do that, it's going to be a long second half for them.
Yeah.
Now, they have shown the ability to kind of make a busted play where the quarterback kind of rolls out, and then they find a receiver downfield a couple times. That's really where their offense has been.
Yeah, they've hit a 20 and a 24-yarder.
And some of those were them backed up way behind in the change. So what you've seen for them as well, some of the personal foul penalties, some of the after the whistle stuff with them has put them in a hole. A couple times a bad snap. So if I'm Rickards, I'm preaching stop with the ridiculous unsportsmanlike penalties that quit shooting ourselves in the foot, and find a way to block them up front. But basically what I'm telling them in the locker room is we're one play. We got the football coming out here at halftime. We're one play from being a one-score down, where it's felt like Crestview's really dominated the whole game.
Yeah. Real quick, just across Northwest Florida, South Alabama tomorrow night, you have a lot of good games. It's going to be interesting to see how Baker handles South Walton tomorrow night. That is at home. Last year they lost 38-0 to South Walton. It was the opening game also. I just don't know how that's going to play out with I think Baker only has about 20 kids this year. So it's going to be interesting to see that. The other one in this area that we really want to is the Pace and Choctaw game. Our coaching staff's going to go over to watch that. I guess if I was going to go watch a game Friday night, that would be a great one to watch. Mosley has Rutherford. We've got Mosley on down the line, but that's not really a big one. But we'll get to see how Niceville handles North Miami Beach. Last year they beat them 42-6. So I don't know if Miami Beach is any better or any worse or whatever, but it'll be interesting to see how that game go. And then another big game for old Matt Brunson. He went to Opp to coach this year. They're playing Andalusia, who won the state Class 4A championship last year. They only lost one game last year. Andalusia played Opp last year and beat them 35-7. It is at Opp, but it's going to be interesting to see how that game goes. We'll be ears pinned back on that one. So, we get diving into our schedule. Some of the teams that we are playing, like Gulf Breeze, they're off. Their first week is off tomorrow, so they don't play at all until they come here. So it's going to be tough on them. But throughout the year, we'll have you guys text the scores and what we're going to do starting next week. I've got a sponsor who's giving out a really nice gift. And we're trying to figure out how we want to do it, if it's going to be competition or shares and likes on the YouTube or however that works, or Facebook. I don't know. I just post the link on Facebook. I don't know how it works on YouTube. But ever so often draw one of the names out of the hat to see, give them a nice gift for sharing and liking. So we'll give you that information. But we're about to be underway third quarter is just about to start. Rickards will be receiving the ball on the opening possession as they deferred. 15-0 is your score. And again, looking at hold on just one second. Let me get my thoughts here. So I'm going to, it is Nosher's batting about 50% right now, hitting his targets. So he needs to figure out, I don't know how many we dropped. Was there any drops, hands touched drops? Or are they mainly just overthrown or underthrown? We're about to be underway.
Looks like we got a brand new Chevy truck down there in the end zone down there, Tim. Toward the Jones Road end zone is what I call it. Do you have any intel on that? Can you win that?
No, that's what we call they're paying to put it out there. I don't know what kind that is, but
that's a nice truck, isn't it?
That's a nice truck. It's nice and red. Bulldogs will be kicking off left to right on your radio dial. And we'll be underway here in just a moment. Starting the third quarter, Bulldogs up 15-0. Great first half.
I walked down in halftime in a really good crowd for the Dogs here, considering a Thursday night game on the home side. Myers set to get the second half underway here at Jack Foster Stadium, the opening game of the 2023 season. And he'll kick it high in the middle of the field, received by Rickards at about the 15-yard line. He's got plenty of room, and
that's
he's
a touchdown.
Going to go to the house, Tim. And
wait a minute.
Well,
wait
we got
a minute.
a guy walking him down.
No, he got it.
He's gone. And like I said at halftime, one play away from making this a one-possession game, and a return for a touchdown for the Rickards Raiders makes this 15-6 right off the bat.
Didn't take but a second. About a 65-yard touchdown.
And
run back.
I don't know if that kick was supposed to go in the middle of the field, or maybe we miskicked it over there, but that does not happen a lot to the Dogs.
No. The middle of the field stuff, we normally don't do that. It might have been a missed kick. I'm going to say it was. I was watching Grant there. I think he's just on the sidelines.
The left-footed kicker, extra points up and good. They have a great kicker, it looks like. Score's going to be 15-7. Dogs on top, 11:48 left to go in the third quarter. So 12 seconds into the second half, and we got a one-score game.
Just like that, we're regrouping. And we talked about that. All it takes is one play from an explosive team like that.
Really didn't think it was going to be the first one.
Didn't think it was going to be the first one. The Bulldogs now will receive basically getting the ball as a deferred because that didn't – the defense wasn't even on the field. So defense is going to get a break starting right out of halftime is going to get a break, and we're going to get the ball now. And what we have to do to answer that, we have to score. Now, preferably chew off about 8 minutes and score. But just like that, Rickards, and I won't say what I said off there whenever we went to halftime.
Yeah, let's not.
You know what I said.
I know.
And I just, Bulldogs just going to come back right here.
Well, we have two of our young playmakers back deep to receive for the Dogs. That's 2 Rogers and 2 and 4. 2 is Rogers, 4 is Zy Tayson, and he's going to catch it around the 5-yard line, and he's bouncing that to the near side and gets spun around, and he's going to get tackled around the 20. So first down and 10 is where Crestview, or from the 20 is where Crestview will set up shop early on in the third quarter.
We'll see what happens here. Nosher was 6 of 13 in the first half. And really, I believe it was only about 35 yards. I I'm sorry, 45 yards in the air.
My mic was off, but that was a missed kick.
That was a
It was
missed
supposed
kick.
to go over here on this side.
Just missed kicked it.
3 receiver set for the Dogs, ball favoring the near hash. Looks like Parks behind in the backfield behind Turtle. He's going to give it to Parks, and Parks is met right around the line of scrimmage, gain of maybe 1. 2nd down and 9 coming up for the Dogs.
Can we give them 2? They
give 'em
stretched
2.
it out a little bit.
Give them 2.
Let's give them 2. Bulldogs moving right to left, 15-7. If you just tuned in, Bulldogs were up 15-0 halftime, and we came out and kicked it, and Rickards ran it all the way back for a touchdown, and it changed the score just like that. It was almost like we was in a dream.
Another 3 receiver set, and we got a pre-snap penalty. That's going to be a legal procedure on the Dogs. Looked like on the wide receiver here to the near side, not sure. Regardless, back them up 5.
That's 5, either offense or defensive offsides, whatever the terminology is there, but 5 offside or pre-snap movement.
2nd down and 13 for Crestview, inside their own 20-yard line now, around their own 18. They're going to stay in that 3 receiver look, 2 to the top. They do have a tight end in the game on the right side of the line. Parks behind Turtle in the backfield. They're going to fake it to Parks. Mosher under pressure, scrambling out to his right, keeping his eyes down the field. And he is going to try to find a man, and had Green on the scramble drill. Green was unable to pull that in. Would have been a positive gain for the Dogs. But nonetheless, 3rd down and 13 now for Crestview.
Mosher rolls out to the right, to the top side of the field as we're moving right to left on your dial. And he was just, it almost looked like he had almost stopped to throw the ball. He was just hesitant, waiting for that receiver to get open, and he hit him in the hands. But nonetheless, it brings up 3rd and 13 and a big play, empty backfield for Mosher.
Turtle, 5 wide receivers. Ball is on the near hash, 3rd down and 13, backed up at our own 18-yard line. Turtle, high snap, able to handle it. Trying to hit the tunnel screen to Parks, has the completion, but that's not going to go but for about 3 yards. 4th down and 10, and the Dogs will have to punt this away. 10:20 and counting left to go in the 3rd quarter. The Dogs see their lead cut to 8 very quickly.
That was not a good response to that. Only 5 yards on the offensive side with basically a 5-yard penalty. Nulls it out. So after basically 3 plays, we're punting the ball.
And still having trouble getting guys on the field for punting. We've seen that's probably going to be a point of emphasis, I would imagine.
I would think so.
Phillips gets the ball away quickly. Good punt, takes a Bulldog bounce inside the Rickards 40, all the way down to the Rickards 32-yard line. Another nice punt by Phillips.
45-yard punt.
No return, and that's where Rickards will take over at their own 32.
45-yard punt, but a net 45 is strong. I mean, great. You got it right where you needed to start rolling, and our coverage was there, so we didn't pick the ball up. So great coverage by the punt team to get down there so they do not advance the ball. So backed them up a little bit. Starting on the 32-yard line, Rickards will come out now. Let's see if the defense can stymie the Raiders.
Well, they haven't gave up, knock on wood, they haven't gave up a point yet. They haven't gave up a score, so hopefully they continue that good play. Rickards coming out, 3 receiver set, 2 to the top, ball favoring their hash. They're going to hand it off to that fast running back, and he's across the 50, and he's going to get walked down, but not before a big gain inside Bulldog territory, all the way down to the Bulldog 30. Looks like around the 30-yard line. So inside the 30, down to the 28.
We're going to call it about a 40-yard run, and just like that, Battle finds the edge. They got the wall set up on the top side of the field, and he just went around and he was gone. And fortunately, we had the angle. The last DB had an angle and was able to tackle him, or it would have been a touchdown. And just like that, 9 minutes left here in the 3rd quarter, Rickards is threatening again.
They run a quarterback sweep to the top side, and he's going to get maybe 8, and they're going to get us with a late hit over there on the far sideline. So that'll add on another 15 and that's going to put them in a first down and goal situation, I believe, inside the Bulldog 10-yard line.
Late hit, is that a 15-yarder or
yes,
10?
15. And they are calling over the trainer. So we might have a stoppage in play here with 9 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Dogs on top, 15-7.
We'll be right back.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been invested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
When my wife and I were looking for a new home, we prioritized two things: the neighborhood and an amazing kitchen. We both love to cook, so the kitchen was an important factor, and we really wanted energy efficiency. Those considerations led us to a natural gas home.
We've heard about clean, affordable, reliable energy. It's true. We grill, heat water, cook, and heat our home with natural gas, and I'm shocked at how little our gas bill is each month. Find out for yourself at oklasagas.com.
If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959.
And we are back here at Jack Foster Stadium. If you're just tuning in, we're taking on the Rickards Raiders, and Bulldogs won first half 15-0 and pretty much shut down the offense of the Raiders. They had a couple plays for 20 yards here and there, and then a 25-yard play. But other than that, they had shut down battle. Well, we come out and kicked the ball. They ran it down. They ran it back for a touchdown. Then they got us a 3-and-out. Quickly, we punted the ball. They started on their own 30 and ran it down 40 yards, and now they're inside with a penalty. They're inside the 15-yard line, 1st and 10. They can get a first down on about the 2 or 3 yard line. So they're still attending to the player. I don't understand. He's way off the field. I don't know why they're not playing. Oh, there he is. He's getting up now. He's up. He got the wind knocked out of him. We hit him a little late.
That's a dog.
That's a dog?
Yep.
Oh, goodness. What's the number, Scott? Eagle Eye?
It's like 15. Yeah, 15.
That's Kashawn Smith. He is inside linebacker, senior for the Bulldogs.
He's walking off on his own power.
Yeah, he's walking off. Bulldogs right here, right now, need to make a stop. And the worst case scenario, I'd say give up 3 points for a field goal.
If you're not to jump ahead, but if you're Rickards here and you were to score, do you go for 2 to try to tie it?
I would think so.
Yeah, me too.
I would think so. Just because you see that you have, I think they know they have a little bit more speed. They just haven't been able to execute. So and here we go.
Here they are back at the line, ball on the far hash, and they're going to hand that ball off to Battle, and Battle making men miss left and right. He's got that ball inside the 5, down all the way to around the 1 yard line, and that might be second down. Anyway, second down and very favorable. Second down and 1, and they can pick up a first down inside the 1. So 8:40 and counting left to go in the third quarter, and Rickards is threatening once again here in the third quarter.
They'll just hand it off to Battle again, and he'll run it up the middle or run around the end. Let's see what he does here.
And they're
that guy's who you're following right there.
Staying in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the near side, ball on the far hash, and they're just going to direct snap it to the quarterback and try a quarterback draw. That's not going to go in for the end zone, and I'm not sure he got a first down. It's going to be close.
So before he didn't get.
And he did get a first down. So now it's first down and goal from about the 1 yard line.
So 3 or 4 chances, we'll call it. They'll get 4 snaps at it because they will not. If they right there on 4th down, they'll go for it. Bulldogs got to tighten up. It's going to be a play right here up the middle again. It is to Battle, and he's got a touchdown. And just like that, with 7:42 showing on the clock, can you say another score? Now, here's the question.
And the offense is staying up there.
Yeah, that's what I think, too. They're going to go for it here.
So halfway through the third quarter, not quite halfway through the third quarter, and the Raiders have already cut down that 15-point deficit. Even if they don't get this 2-point conversion, it's still going to be 15-13 Dogs. So a nice response coming out of halftime by the Raiders. Hopefully Crestview has a response of their own. Here's a 2-point conversion attempt. They're going to roll the quarterback near side, and he's got a completion in the back of the end zone. So the game's tied at 15. 7:42 left to go in the third quarter.
Hey, this is Amber with the Cottage Boutique and Formal Wear. Ladies, if you're looking for something for a special occasion, stop in and see us. And for the men, we also offer tuxedo rentals for prom, weddings, and anything that you really need them for. We are open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday from 10 to 1. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays. If you don't know where we're located and you happen to want to stop in and see us, we're at the corner of Wilson Street and Highway 90. And you can also call us anytime at 850-682-2446.
Hello friends, this is Brandon Martin, General Manager at Blackwater Golf Club here in Crestview, Florida. From the newly renovated 18 holes to the Top Tracer driving range, Blackwater has something to offer for everybody. Open 7 days a week for the best pricing. Book your tee times in advance on our website, golfatblackwater.com.
And we are back. Bulldogs now find themselves in a tie, so it's a brand new ball game. Scott, attitude down there, anything you pick up?
Very down at this time.
I would think so. I was hoping you'd come up with something funnier than that, but Bulldogs are about to receive.
I can't comment on the coaches.
This kicker has been kicking it close to the end zone every time. Let's see what he does here.
A left-footed kicker, and he's got the ball in the air. A nice punt, and we're going to drop that and let that go. Now pick it up around the goal line, and we're going to try to return that in a not going to get that ball back to the 10, it doesn't look like. So the Bulldogs will start off inside their own 10-yard line, first down and 10. So another Bulldog error, and we have shot ourselves in the foot once again on special teams.
We got to be careful because we only have 1 foot left. We'll be out there footless if we're not careful. Shooting ourselves too many times. But, again, it's the first game. Rickards very athletic. I was very impressed the first half. But like you said, I think the Bulldogs left a couple scores out on the field.
Yeah, I think so. I think they had a chance to go up maybe 3 scores.
Yep.
And didn't get it done. And you let teams hang around, and this is what happened. So
especially athletic teams. Like you said, right before the kickoff, it only takes 1 play.
Yep. And we have a 3-receiver set to the top and a handoff to Parks. Parks is out across the 10. He's got a good carry out across the 20, and we're going to have a late hit out of bounds. Yep. So a gain of around 14, and we're going to add 15 to that. So we get ourselves out of that early hole, and we should be out across around the 40-yard line when they mark this off.
Yeah. Rickards at this point has picked up 3 personal fouls, and it has extended the play every time for the Bulldogs as far as giving them that extra yardage that they need to get them out of trouble, move the ball down. The first couple penalties actually helped us get a score. So now the Bulldogs have pretty good field position at about the 37, we'll call it, moving right to left on your dime.
3-receiver set to the top, ball favoring the near hash. Turtle handles the snap. He's going to hand it off to Parks once again, and he's going to be tackled for a loss this time, back at the 35. Loss of 3 on the play. Second down and 13 coming up for the Dogs.
7:13 and counting here in the third quarter. Bulldogs tied at the moment. Offensive setting up. They're looking over to get their signal from the coaches. I was talking to Coach off record. He said, I would love to get, they're starting to see digital wristbands. And he said that and it just shows one play on there to, you say pimp, and it shows them the play.
Another 3-receiver set. We've seen a lot of that. One man in the backfield. That's Parks behind Turtle. Tight end in the game. That's Green. Turtle going to roll out near side, looking for a man downfield. Has a completion out across the 50 to Coleman, down to the Raider 44-yard line. First down and 10, Dogs.
And a good catch just coming across the middle, coming back towards us, and he nails him. And just like that, Bulldogs are on the move.
And we have an official timeout. That's going to be a water break.
Water break.
With 6:28 left to go in the third quarter. Score tied, 15-15.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be Bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
Inside give to Parks. He's going to find 2. Second down and 8 coming up for the Dogs.
Bulldogs have to keep the ball moving this drive. I really believe this is crucial for the Bulldogs to keep the momentum, to swing that back in their favor. This drive needs to penetrate the end zone. Right here in the middle of the field at about the 44-yard line, moving right to left, just across the 50. Nosher in the backfield with Parks. 4 receivers, 1 tight end, 3 receivers, 1 tight end.
To the near side, and we're going to have another illegal procedure on Crestview. Back us up 5 yards. Try to put a man in motion to the far side, and he kind of stutter stepped. I guess.
Can you not do that?
Well,
because Grant is really arguing the point. Once you start, you got to go.
Yeah, it's a tough start.
I got you.
If it's not, it definitely looked like one.
Yeah, it did. Trying to help the home team here.
Yep. Same formation, ball on that near hash. Now he goes in motion. That's Colemetz. They're going to hand it to Parks. Parks bounces it near side across the 45, lowers his shoulder to the 40. Brings up third down and manageable. We'll call it third down and 6 coming up for the Dogs.
Give him about 8 yards or 10. About 10 yards, isn't it? We had a 10-yard penalty?
I'd say 7. They had a 5 yard.
Oh, okay, 5-yard penalty.
They're going to park it just across the 40.
This is 2-down territory.
Third down and 5.
4-down territory, excuse me.
3 receivers to the top, ball on the near hash. Parks behind Turtle in the backfield. Turtle back to pass, looking right, throwing right, and the ball is batted down at the line. 4th down and 5 coming up.
Oh, they're going to punt it. They don't want to play around. And a 45-yard punt last time by Phillips. If he can pin them inside the 5, that would be a fantastic opportunity for the Bulldogs to win this field position on this series and possibly, hold them 3 and out if they get them deep in their own territory. You don't want to kick it in the end zone here.
I'll say I'm surprised for punting here. Phillips standing at his own 48. And the punt is away. It's a nice punt. And that ball is going to be fair caught.
Oh, he called it fair, and he tried to run. Isn't that a
fair caught?
If you fair catch and you try to run it, isn't that a penalty? That's not a penalty.
And it's going to be fair caught at, we'll call it the 6-yard line. So a nice punt, and field position works out. 5 minutes left.
That's what he needed to do.
Score still tied at 15.
Not a lot happening here for the Bulldogs this third quarter with 5 minutes left. It's a tie ball game, 15-15, but Rickards, an explosive kickoff return right off the bat, 12 seconds into the game, scores their first touchdown, and then with 7:42 left, they march down the field and then get a 2-point conversion, which ties the ball game. And now they have their backs to the wall. Let's see if the Bulldogs can make something happen defensively right here. How aggressive do they play, or do they watch out for number 3? Here we go.
First down and 10 from their own 6, man in motion. And they're going to go back to the well. They're going to hand that ball off, and he bounces it towards the middle, and he has a seam, and he's still on his feet. Hard tackle, but not before he gets a nice gain up to the Raider 33-yard line. First down and 10 on the explosive run, another explosive run for the Raiders.
So already he has almost 100 yards just in this quarter.
Yep.
So just like Emmitt Smith back in '84, we shut him down to 5 or 10 yards, and he comes out in the second half and runs about 300 yards. Maybe reminiscent here just a little bit. We'll see.
First down and 10 after the long run for the Raiders. Man in motion to the far side. They're going to try a wide receiver screen out to the near side. He makes initial tackle or miss, and he's galloping up towards midfield. Suddenly in the second half, the Raiders have something going on offense, and we have a penalty after the fact, and I'm not sure who that's going to be on. But a 17-yard pass and catch for the Raiders.
I think it was on the Dogs, but we'll see. Are they going to back up the Raiders? Scott, what you got down there?
It's going to be on them.
It's going to be on the Raiders.
Another 15.
Another 15-yarder? What did they do? After the play, late hit probably after the play.
The ball is resting at the Bulldog 49 at the moment. Unsportsmanlike by the Raiders. So they're going to mark this back, but it's still going to be after the play. So it's going to be first down. Or maybe, yeah, first down and 10 from the Raider 36. So they still get a first down because it was after the play. So they set up shop, first down and 10 from their own 36 instead of inside Bulldog territory. So another one of those 15-yard penalties for the Raiders. And the quarterback scrambling out to the far side, and he's going to be run out of bounds after getting a 3. A flag is thrown in the area of offensive holding.
Yep, offensive holding. That's going to back him up another 10 yards. And it was thrown behind the line of scrimmage. Will that be marked off where the incident happened, right?
It should be, yep.
Bulldogs defensively playing pretty good, but the 4 unsportsmanlike 15-yard penalties has really helped the Dogs a little bit. I mean, that's 60 yards of penalties on 4 plays, and which has helped the Dogs. Now we have another one.
So first down and 20, the ball's backed up to the Rickards 25.
So that'll be 70 yards of penalties in 5 plays on 5 penalties.
See if Crestview can take advantage of the Rickards mistakes. They send the guy off the edge, and they're not going to get there. Battle bounces it outside, and he's still on his feet around the sideline. We finally get him out of bounds after a gain of 8. Second down and 12 coming up for the Raiders.
He stretched it out on the top side of the field, followed a couple blockers, and he had some blocking there, but fortunately there was enough Bulldogs to run him out of bounds. So it still leaves a long second and we're going to call it 13 or so. Bulldogs got to suck it up right here. I know it's hot out. Is it cooling off at all, Scott?
Oh, and what's bad, the winds quit blowing.
Oh, it's not good.
That one a while ago, number 15, was just cramped, so he's up back in there. He's good.
Rickards, quarterback, rolling out near side, lets it go near side, and has the completion out across the Rickards 45. Makes a man miss inside Bulldog territory, down to the Bulldog 47. First down and 10 on the pass and catch, and Rickards back in business.
20-yard pass and catch for Henry. and company moves the chains across the 50, moving left to right. Bulldogs now with 2:45 left here in the third quarter. It's a tie ball game, 15-15. It's an all-out war. And the Bulldogs trying to hold on.
Ball in the near hash, man in motion to the far side. Quarterback back to pass on the wide receiver screen, and he's going to lose maybe a yard on the completion. Second down and 11 coming up for the Raiders.
The screen pass was a little low. The receiver could have just let it bounce, but he decided to catch the ball, and he was sort of already down, but a receiver was there, just in, a defender was there just in case to make it 2nd and 12 now.
Ball at the Bulldog 49-yard line. Crestview running off a guy late, gets him off, avoids the illegal substitution. They're going to give it back to Battle on the stretch play up top, and he's got the corner. And he's going to run out of bounds after a gain of around 5. He's going to bring up the third down and we'll call it third down and 6 coming up for the Raiders.
He hasn't stretched it to this side yet. Watch it from this side, and let's just say the long play is over here to the near side as they put the ball on the far hash. So let's just see. They have not hardly run it at all on the Crestview side of the field. Let's see if they do it right here.
Ball is on that far hash. They're going to drop back the pass, looking to his left, going
Overthrown.
to his left, and had a man wide open behind the Bulldog defense, but just overthrew him. Going to bring up 4th down and 6 for the Raiders.
Wow. They'll go for it here, surely. What do you think? I think they're going to go for it. Why would they punt?
I don't see any movement. We punted in a similar situation in the last possession.
I think they feel like they're in control, though, don't you? I mean,
I would.
They have more offensive yardage than the Bulldogs for sure.
And they are going to keep that offense on the field. And it looks like they're going with a 4 receiver set, 3 to the near side, ball on the far hash, 1 man beside his quarterback in the backfield.
You got to be the man who gets the ball.
Man
no, he's going to go
out
out
to the near side and has a
Got
completion in the near
he
flat.
stopped him.
And a nice tackle that time by number 4. That's the freshman in space. So turnover on downs for the Raiders.
How
Bulldogs will
about
take
that?
over. 1:02 left to go in the third quarter. Score still tied at 15.
That was a huge play by the freshman and a turnover on downs there. That is huge. Great job. And that's what we needed from the defense, is to break that cycle. They had scored the last 2 possessions, of course, one on the kickoff return, and then their next possession they scored. Got a quick Bulldog 3 and out. Now the Bulldog needs to come out here and see if they can answer that and give the defense a breather. They're moving right to left now. Nosher in the backfield with Parks. Put a man in motion.
Coleman is the man in motion. They're going to hand it to Parks. Parks bounces it near side. Stiffs arms the man, but he's going to get wrestled down right at the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 10 coming up for the Dogs.
Nothing happening there. We don't quite have the breakaway speed. We've got a man down. Timeouts on the field. Could be, I don't know. It looks like it may be the runner Parks, but we'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
Hey football fans, Greg Watson here with Till and Waters Real Estate, here to let you in on a secret. One of our builders is committing his time and resources to an entire new line of smaller, more affordable homes than the big chain builders are offering locally. Contact me at gregwatsonrealestate.com and let's set up a sit-down meeting to consider plans and locations with this talented, dependable, and already proven young builder. Oh, and he's willing to pay all the home buyers' closing costs. Give me a shout and let's make a game plan for your home ownership win. gregwatsonrealestate.com.
And we're back. Just maybe a breather for Parks, just to give the Bulldogs a breather. Good move there to stay down to get an easy, quick timeout so the Bulldogs can set up as 2nd. And we're going to call it a short 10, long a 9. 47 seconds left in the third quarter. We still have 15 minutes left in this ball game. Anything could happen, as it's been a low-scoring defensive play, and you've seen the scores really been set up by big plays, whether it's a kickoff return or some big runs, not anything methodical per se. Let's see if the Bulldogs can make a methodical drive right here and chew up about 7 or 8 minutes. Dosher now has an empty backfield.
Ball's on the near hash. 5 wide receivers. Turtle receives the snap, and he's going to run a quarterback. A little pop pass over the middle. Has Coleman up the middle of the field. He's across the 30. He's going to get walked down at around the Rickards 21, 22-yard line. So that's their little, I think they call that a smoke route. It looked like he was dangerously close to the line of scrimmage when he let that ball go.
It did.
But we'll take it. First down and 10 for the Dogs on the big passing catch from Turtle to Colmetz.
30-yard passing catch, and they're going to stay with that empty look.
17 seconds left to go in the third quarter, and it looks like we're going to take it into the fourth quarter.
Let it run out.
With the score tied at 15.
All right, we'll be right back.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat.
We will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
The drama, the heroism, the history, the excitement of World War II combined Labor Day weekend in Crestview Spanish Trail Park. The Crestview Cultural Services Division and Living History Corps present Race to the Rhine, a World War II reenactment weekend, September 1st through 3rd. Events begin daily at 9 a.m. Free admission, free parking. For information, call 850-398-5459. That's 850-398-5459. Don't miss it.
I think that while we was gone, we tried a pass close to the end zone. It looked like pass interference. What do you think, Corey? I know the coach wanted it.
Definitely was some contact there, and surprised we didn't get the call. Ball was in the area. The incompletion, second down and 10 from
4 down territory?
Just inside the 20. I don't know.
I'm going to say 4 down territory. Scott? Rhett's right there. 4 down territory.
Turtle. Empty again. 5 wide receivers. Throws a slant to Coleman. Unable to get the completion. I think he walks it into the end zone if we're able to get that. Thrown a little ahead of him. 3rd down and 10 coming up for the Dogs.
A big play right here. I say if we get half of it, it's 4 down territory. If we get
it
half.
had to be every bit of half of it. I think we're going
We're not
forward.
talking about a chip shot.
No.
Guys. We're talking about a 37-yarder.
That's right.
4 receivers, 2 to either side. Ball's on the far hash. It looks like Parks behind Turtle in the backfield. Just underway here in the fourth quarter. 11:59 left to go in the football game. Score's tied at 15.
No, it's number 2.
Oh, Rogers.
Park's got a shoulder issue.
We're going to have to call a timeout as the play clock was running down.
Working out the kinks. We'll be right back.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Coyer, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County. Family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com.
And we're back. Don't forget, next Friday night, we'll be back at Jack Foster against Gulf Breeze, and then we have Choctaw. I think both of those games, there's something special happening. I think one of them may be band night or senior night recognition, and then there's a few things. Maybe Hall of Fame, one of them. I'm not for sure. I don't have my ducks in a row yet.
3rd down and 10, big 3rd down here for the Dogs. Turtle, 5 receiver set, back to pass, looking, and he's going to get sacked back at around the 29-yard line, and we're in no man's land now.
Yep, we'll be punting. You got to punt. You've got to punt.
No, they ain't punting.
I don't think.
Yes, they are. Don't you punt?
No. I think you just throw one to the end zone.
No, I think you try to jump them off sides, or either you take a penalty and punt. That's probably what they're going to do. There's no way they're going to go for it.
All you got to do is have a play like we did a while ago.
Okay. You mean the sack? You talking about that one that just happened?
The ball is on the 29. Rickards, the Raider 29. 5 wide receivers, and we are going to snap it off. Turtles throws it across the middle, and that ball is going to be intercepted. And he's going to run that ball back across the 30 out to about the Bulldog 45-yard line. And that's where the Raiders will take over with 11 minutes left to go in the 4th quarter.
Those are just trying to make anything happen when you don't have about 10 seconds. It's 4th and forever, and he knows that he's going to try to make a play. Now, I know that.
And didn't have a lot of time.
Didn't have a lot of time. And, you know, so second guessing armchair quarterbacking is really easy to do, but now they have it at midfield and a short field at that.
I don't think we wanted that ball over the middle of the field. That ball's got to be towards the sideline. You know,
that's right.
Either we score or it's incomplete, right?
That's right.
You live and you learn. Ball is at the Raider 46-yard line. 4 receiver set, 3 to the top, ball in the near hash. The Raiders quarterback dribbling it to the far side, just throws that one out of bounds. And they might say he had a guy in the area. So 2nd down and 10 coming up for the Raiders.
Quarterback went down. As I think he twisted his ankle as he threw the ball. He jumped up to throw the ball. He came down on his ankle wrong, and they're going to tell him to lay down. I don't know. Yeah, he's saying something happened. He might have popped something out. So possibly a backup quarterback situation. We'll see, but we'll be right back.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of her decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process. So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park, and their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
KC Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been invested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
And that was a quarterback down with a cramp. He'll have to come out one play, as they called a timeout for injury. The only way he could come back in is, I think, a timeout, right? I think that's Well, here we go, 2nd and 10. Bulldogs need a big play right here. Battle in the backfield. We have a backup quarterback. We don't have the number just yet.
can't hardly tell it.
You can't tell the numbers. It's a haberdashery situation.
It looks like 10.
Snap, handoff to Battle. Battle is going to be tackled after a gain of about 1. 3rd down and 9. The Raiders do have it at their own 48 around midfield. 10:40 and counting left to go in the game. Score still tied at 15. Big 3rd down here for the Raiders.
That is Wilson.
Ball's on the near far edge, excuse me. And they're going to roll the quarterback out lefty. And he has a completion out across midfield. And he's got a 1st down all the way down to the Bulldog 40. So the backup quarterback comes in and makes a play. 1st down and 10 for the Raiders.
And a lefty at that. And he's going to stay in. That is Wilson.
And another cramp, it looks like, being worked on here on the near sideline.
Our guy?
No.
Their guy. Marion Wilson, the senior 6'2", 175 quarterback receiver. And now we have another cramped up situation over there for one of the Rickards players. And, you know, hey, it's hot. But if you don't water up before one of these games,
yep,
it can happen pretty quick. And that's what I think we're seeing here. And but then again, you know, in a crucial situation, it's easy to throw up a cramped leg when you need a timeout and you don't have to use one. So with 10 minutes left here in the ball game, it's 15-15. We'll take another quick timeout and be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Hey football fans, this is Greg Watson with Till and Waters Real Estate, here with a thought for potential homebuyers about recent interest changes and their effect on the local market. Fact is, builders and sellers have pretty much adjusted prices to offset interest rate increases, so a monthly payment today is not much different than it was at the beginning of the year. So don't think you might have waited too long to buy a home. Let's get together and find what's out there for you. Drop me a line or give me a call at 256-682-6605, or you can visit my website at gregwatsonrealestate.com.
When my wife and I were looking for a new home, we prioritized 2 things: the neighborhood and an amazing kitchen. We both love to cook, so the kitchen was an important factor, and we really wanted energy efficiency. Those considerations led us to a natural gas home.
We've heard about clean, affordable, reliable energy. It's true. We grill, heat water, cook, and heat our home with natural gas, and I'm shocked at how little our gas bill is each month. Find out for yourself at oklasagas.com.
And we're back. Bulldogs have a tie ball game. 10 minutes left in the game. And another Rickards player hobbling off. All we need is number 3 to hop. Was that number 3? Anybody?
6.
That was 6. If it would have been a 3, that's a game changer. If 3 starts hobbling off, he's got all the offense basically. There's been 3 good passes that Rickards completed. That last one there for 12 yards, then a 20 and a 17. But other than that, it's been the battle show here in the second half as he has over 100 points, 100 yards rushing.
Bunch set for the Raiders. 4 receiver set. They're going to run a little jet sweep to the far side. He's got the corner. He's got 1st down yardage, and he's going to get knocked out of bounds after a gain of 13 inside the Bulldog 30. So actually, they're going to mark him out right at the Bulldog 30. 1st down and 10 for the Raiders, and a flag on the field. And they're going to get the Raiders for holding.
Is that spot foul?
Yes. They're going to mark it at around 2 yards shy of the 1st down marker. So it'll bring up 1st down and about 13, we'll call it, for the Raiders.
That's a 15? Or
it's a 10-yard penalty, but they marked it
from the spot.
Yes.
I got you.
1st down and 13 from the Bulldog 44-yard line.
That's huge.
Yeah, because he had a first down.
Absolutely.
9:35 and counting left to go in the football game. Score is tied. Raiders threatening inside Bulldog territory. And they're going to hand the ball off inside give. And he stumbles forward, or plows forward, rather, for a gain of about 6. Second down and 8 coming up for Rickards.
What you have, the longer that defense stays on the field, they're going to get gassed. That line is on, some of them are on their knees a little bit, just trying to catch a breather, and he's going to be able to pound it.
Second down and 7, we'll call it, inside the Bulldog 40, down to the Bulldog 38-yard line. 4 receiver set, ball's on the far hash, and another inside give, and I think you're fumble on the ground, but picked up by Rickards.
Wow.
And that could have been big. Going to bring up third down and 3 inside, right around the Bulldog 34-yard line. And inside of 8:30 and counting left here, Tim, we really do not want to see Rickards score here.
No.
We've been struggling a little bit on offense, to put it mildly.
That's true. I mean, yeah.
Third down and 3, big third down here. Ball's on the 34-yard line, and we're going to jump off sides and give him a free first down. So that, you talked about being hot and tired, that's, that's where that creeps in as well.
That is 6, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 7 offside penalties or encroachment, however, whether it's offensive or defensively. I believe that is 5 on the defense and 2 on offense.
First down and 10 from the Bulldog 29-yard line. 4 receiver set, ball on the far hash, 1 man in the backfield beside his quarterback for the Raiders. And they're going to look to the sideline for an offensive adjustment. Quarterback ready for the snap now, and he's going to get it, and he's going to hand it off at the middle once again, and he's going to stumble forward for a gain of about 2. Second down and 8, and they're going to get another after the whistle penalty. I'm not sure who that's going to be on, but
I don't know, but his hat come off and he stood over our players, so I don't know if that's going to be on us or him. I don't know who hit first.
It was 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Was that the quarterback that he hit? I think it was. As we're trying to make heads or tails, let's see, they're going to say it's on the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's a personal foul against the Bulldogs.
That's a 15-yarder.
That's going to move them inside the 20, down to the 15. Inside the 15, maybe. Let's see where they mark it. Yep, at the Bulldog 14-yard line, first down and 10.
Bulldogs have not helped themselves on this drive as they've picked up a couple of big penalties to move them along and just playing sort of sloppy.
7:45 and counting left to go in the football game. Score's tied at 15. Rickards has it first down and 10 at the Bulldog 14-yard line. 3 receiver set, 2 to the near side. Ball's on the far hash, man in motion for Rickards. And they're going to hand the ball off once again, and he makes 1 man miss in the backfield, but gains maybe a half a yard. Second down and 9 coming up for the Raiders.
Battle is the only one running the ball. And
I think his helmet come off.
Who, Battle?
Yeah.
Well, if it did, he's got to go out.
Yeah, he's going out.
And he is going out one play as his helmet did come off. Maybe we'll get a breather here, but you never know. They could have somebody sneak in there and show us something. Second, and we'll call it just a long 9. They have a chance for a first down.
Clock is running. Inside of 6:50 left to go in this football game.
They may have to call a timeout with only 5 seconds to snap the ball. Let's see what they do. 2,
and
1.
They will take a timeout.
And they are going to have to call a timeout. We'll call a timeout. 15-15. Don't touch the dial. It's getting down to the wire. If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959. We're back. 15-15 is your score. 6 minutes and 41 seconds left in the ball game. I do believe we're in 4-down territory unless the field goal. I don't know. If we hold them here, maybe they go for 3.
I think
go up.
I think they would take the lead.
Well, yeah.
I mean, with the field goal, I think they would try to take the lead.
Just take the. You think they'll go for the 3, and think that their defense can do the job. And like you said, we haven't scored any points this half.
Snap, back to pass are the Raiders, and they're going to throw it off to the near far side, and that ball, it looks like it was caught.
And dropped.
In and out of the hands of the intended receiver.
Whew, that was
third
close.
down and 9. Had a chance.
That was close.
So if they don't get a first down here,
field goal? You're saying field goal?
With 6:30 left, I think I'd try one. Yep. But I don't know their kicker situation. I do know that the guy that kicks off is pretty good.
Here we go. Big play here for the Bulldogs.
One receiver out to the near side for the Raiders. Man in motion. Snap. They're going to hand it off on a sweep to the near side. He's going to make a man miss in the backfield, cut it up the middle, and a nice job coming and making the tackle on the cutback is the Bulldogs. Gain of 3, 4th down and about 6, and I think the field goal unit's coming on, Jim.
Yep. So we're going to give them a 25-yard field goal, possibly 26 at the most. That's a chip shot, really watching this kid kick.
Yep, I think it's going to be
a lefty.
27-yarder, 6 minutes and counting
27.
in the game. 15 seconds left to go on the play clock. The field goal team's out there. 10 seconds left to go on the play clock. The snap holds down, kicks up.
It's good.
It looks good, and it is good. So the Raiders take an 18-15 lead and are going to force the Dogs with 5:43 left to come up with a score.
Big play there, and just but I will say this, it was a big defensive stand to give us a chance possibly to get in the field goal range. You know, absolutely a touchdown with 5:43 left. If we could chew off about 5 minutes and score a touchdown, that would be huge. Now we've got a player down that looks like maybe a Bulldog. What now, Scott?
It's another cramp.
Another cramp by the Bulldogs this time?
Yes.
We'll take a quick timeout.
Hey, this is Amber with the Cottage Boutique and Formal Wear. Ladies, if you're looking for something for a special occasion, stop in and see us. And for the men, we also offer tuxedo rentals for prom, weddings, and anything that you really need them for. We are open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday from 10 to 1. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays. If you don't know where we're located and you happen to want to stop in and see us, we're at the corner of Wilson Street and Highway 90. And you can also call us anytime at 850-682-2446.
Hello, friends. This is Brandon Martin, General Manager at Blackwater Golf Club here in Crestview, Florida. From the newly renovated 18 holes to the Top Tracer driving range, Blackwater has something to offer for everybody. Open 7 days a week for the best pricing. Book your tee times in advance on our website, golfatblackwater.com.
And we're back. Bulldogs about to receive as soon as the Bulldogs cramper gets off the field, as it was cramped, his leg was cramped up, and they've got him off the field. Now they'll get ready to receive as Rickards is up 18-15 with 5:43 left here in the ball game.
And it's put up or shut up time for the Dogs. They have to come up with at least a field goal on in the last 5 minutes, and they will receive the kick. He's going to bounce that out to the near side. That's side. Payson spins his way up to the 29. So that's where the Bulldogs will set up shop, first down and 10.
Scott, as you're watching the plays at the line, do you feel like we've got enough gas to get it down the field?
Yeah, I think the offense will be in good shape. They all been down here drinking water.
That's true.
You know, they had a long
break
there with the defense.
That's true. Yeah, because I believe they took over almost, with about 13 minutes? No, excuse me, 11 minutes left. So they've had the ball for about a good 6-7 minutes. Rickards has, haven't they? I think. I think so, something like that. So here we go. The drive will start on the 29-yard line, moving left to right on your radio dial. 18-15. Bulldogs are down by 3. Have to have it, at least get it. If you want to say we're in field goal range, what do you say, 15-yard line? That'll make it a 27-yarder?
Yeah, I would feel.
Or 10?
I mean, if we get down there, you got to do what you got to do.
That's right.
If the game's on the line, but hopefully they don't come down to that.
Do you want to score quick and get back on defense, or do you want to chew it up?
As quick as I can.
Quick as you can. You're a quick as you can kind of guy. See, I'm a methodical guy. 5:33 left here in the ballgame. Noster with an empty backfield.
And Turtle receives the snap, looking to his, now coming off his initial receiver, and he's just going to throw that one up the near sideline. Going to bring up 2nd down and 10 for the Dogs.
Who was that supposed to be a comeback? Or that's about as far as he can get it. I think he was just throwing in that direction. Not throwing it away, but yet throwing it away, sort of, maybe. As it was man-man coverage. He was tight coverage. There was going to be almost impossible to get it to number 4. Tyson.
And here we are in a 3-receiver set to the top. Ball on the near hash. Turtle receives the snap. He's going to hand that ball off up the middle. Hard running across the 35 up to the 36.
Is that
Makes
Rogers?
It 3rd down and 3.
Is that number 2?
Coming up for the Dogs.
Number 3.
That's Parks.
Parks. Nice run.
3rd and 3. 2 down territory, obviously.
Parks, no, that's Rogers coming out.
Parks carried.
Few substitutions there.
3-receiver set once again for the Dogs. 2 to the near side. Ball's on the near hash. Parks remains behind Turtle in the backfield, and we're going to get a timeout. Bulldogs with 4:42 left. Down by 3. Dogs trail 18-15.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be Bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
We're back. Bulldogs got a drive right here. Keep it going. 3rd and 3.
Turtle receives the snap. He's going to roll out. Tries a little throwback. Has Parks. Fight for the play. Cuts it back across the middle of the field. Across the 35 down to the Rickards 30. So a little throwback pass off the timeout. A big play that time on 3rd down, and the Bulldogs are back in business.
Little tricky dicky there as we did something that was sort of, holding that play when you needed it the most, and it worked out for the Bulldogs there.
Ball's at the 30, waiting for the chains. 3-receiver set, ball in the near hash, 2 to the near side. Parks remains in the backfield behind Turtle. Turtle receives the snap, going to hand it to Parks. Parks bounces far side. Parks has got some room. He's got 1st down yardage inside the 20 down to the 15. 1st down and 10 for the Dogs.
And we are in field goal range as far as I'm concerned. With 4 minutes left, plenty of time left on the clock. I would like to see him run off 3 minutes and then, or I would like to see him run off 3 minutes and 45 seconds and trot into the end zone. That would be the perfect play or perfect drive for the Bulldogs. 3:45 left here in the ballgame. 1st and 10. We can get a 1st down at about the 5.
And the number 13 senior Tua checking into the backfield.
Punisher.
And they're going to hand it to him, and he's got room in the middle, and he's going to fight his way down inside the 5 to the 3. First down and goal, I believe, coming up for the Dogs.
12-yard run for Tuatua. He's the Samoan.
He's the Hawaiian.
He's the Hawaiian guy.
He's going to stay in there. First down and goal. 3:15 and counting left to go for the Dogs. Quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Turtle receives the snap, hands it to Tuatua. This time blown up in the backfield. Loses a few. Second down and goal coming up for Crestview.
Running. Brunson was famous for running play back-to-back or running it until it don't work. And
Parks will check back in the game now after his breather. 2:45 and counting left to go in the football game. Second down and goal from the Raider, we'll call it 4-yard line.
Okay, I'm saying we're in field goal range.
Empty formation, 5 wide receivers, balls favoring the far hash. 3 receivers to the near side. Turtle is going to try to maybe a little quarterback draw, and he's going to be sacked. A loss of another 2. That's going to push the Dogs back to about the 9-yard line. 2:15 and counting. Third down and goal from the 9 for Crestview. Down by 3 here in the fourth quarter.
We got a chance here to tie it if we don't lose any more yardage. We was down at about the 2-3 yard line, and now we're backed up close to the 10.
And we're going to go empty once again. 3 receivers to the near side. Ball's favoring that far hash. 5 wide receiver set. Turtle receives the snap. Back to throw. Throws near side. Has a man one-on-one. That's Parks! Touchdown, Dogs!
Bulldog!
21-18 with an extra point coming up with 1:41 left to go in the football game.
How about that?
He could have not threw that in.
I lost him. He's lost in space. Get him down there in no man's land down there. No, he's right there in front of us. What'd you say, Scott?
I said he could have put that any better.
No, that was a perfect pass.
They're going for 2.
Going for 2. If we can get our personnel on the team.
I don't understand why we're going for 2. If we're kicking extra points, it's a 4-point game.
Whoa. We're not going for 2. No.
He's going to call timeout.
Call timeout. What are we doing? We just need 1 point.
1 point, and they have to score a touchdown.
They've got to score a touchdown. If we mess up there and miss an extra point, they could tie it with a field goal. What, Scott?
Our holder's not in. Have another holder.
Oh, you're saying that's why they didn't want to go for it?
Yes.
Because we don't have a holder?
Somebody's going to have to go in there.
Do we got a backup quarterback that's got hands? Do we got a good receiver, Scott? How about the Comets kid? He could catch the ball. He's got great hands.
I don't know.
That ain't good, Daddy. We need somebody to kick a field goal. We need somebody who can hold it. We just need 1 point right here. Now, hey, 2 points don't do anything for you at all. Not absolutely nothing.
Well, we're fixing to go for it.
Well, we are. We're going to go for it right here, guys.
Obviously we don't have anybody that can
catch the ball.
That can hold the snap, and it's not easy. You know, it's something that you definitely have to practice.
Well,
so Turtle going for 2. He's going to run a little reverse, and they got it.
Wow.
A little 2-point play there.
How about
23-18. So
I don't know the math other than, like you said, nobody can hold the field goal.
Rogers on the end around, and he walked in for the 2-point conversion. Now it's 23-18, but it's a 5-point lead, so we have to keep him out of the end zone with a minute 34, Tim.
That's it. So my question is this: Scott, do you think the Bulldogs defense got a big enough breather there? I'm a methodical guy. They almost did it. They ran off about 3.5 minutes. of the clock there. So they've actually been on the bench about 10 minutes. You think they're ready to play?
I think making that last 2 points has got them up enough to make it up.
Got the juices in their loins.
Yeah, there's more down here now than there's been the whole game.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, they have.
Can you say
we need to at least, at the very minimum, kick this ball towards the sideline and not out of bounds?
Last year we started kicking like this, and all of a sudden they just started kicking the end zone like it was just there all the time. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, where's that been my whole life? I'm wondering if this is the same kicker from last year, because we need one in the end zone right now.
I don't think we got that, but we're going to.
Well, can you say keep it away from number 3? Is number 3 in the back there, Scott? Is that number 3? Battle? Deep to
he's back here,
middle?
Tim, but I couldn't tell you. I don't believe if I was 10 foot from him. I can't read these numbers.
The numbers are very hard to read. They're like really a bad situation.
I would say that's him in the middle.
Well, let's don't kick it to him.
Myers set to put this ball in the air. 1:34 left to go in the game. Crestview on top, 23-18. After the touchdown and 2-point conversion, and they're
doing?
To put this ball in the air, and he's going to squib it up the middle. That ball's going to be picked up by Rickards around the 25, and he's got a seam up the middle, and a big hit by the Bulldog kickoff coverage team. But they do have pretty good field position at their own 42-yard line with 1:27 left.
Number 20, whoever he is, just decleated him.
Decleat. 23-18. Bulldogs have a minute and 27. A minute and 27 left to stop. They have to travel 65, let's see, 60 yards? Right at 58 yards. We'll call it 58 yards. Let's get the math right. 58 yards, the Bulldogs.
Rickard comes out for wide receiver set. Ball's pretty much in the middle of the field, 3 receivers to the near side. Back to pass is Rickards. They try a wide receiver screen. It's caught, and he makes Bulldogs miss, still in the backfield, and he's making more miss, and he's off to the far side, and he's going to be run out of bounds, made something out of nothing, gains 9, ball across midfield, and inside Bulldog territory at the Bulldog 49-yard line.
How is that?
And we got another cramp, it looks like.
Yeah, how was that possible? It looked like he broke 7 or 8 tackles behind the line of scrimmage as he caught. It looked like the ball was tipped.
It was tipped.
It was tipped over here to the near side. He caught it almost on the sidelines.
And did a little.
And then we had several. We have a sick kid on the.
He's just dehydrated.
Just dehydrated. They need that BioLite. Scott, tell them about BioLite.
That's some fine stuff.
BioLite is some of the greatest stuff you can buy. You can find it at Publix. Some of these gas stations, it is absolutely a lifesaver. It comes in about a 16 ounce. You get it cold. You get dehydrated. It's an IV in a bottle. And it absolutely regenerates immediately your body. And it's a fantastic product, BioLite. I'm a wholesaler, by the way. If any of you guys around need some, just look.
Need some down here.
They need something down there, don't they?
Well, I tell you what, man, as hot as it is down, I'm impressed with these kids as good as they're doing. I mean, we should have had a lot more than what's going on.
Yep. Well, I'll talk to Coach Grant. I mean, we can get them a case of BioLite, and just for these kids that need it like this right here, you won't go through, maybe a few bottles a night for these kids. The kids that are not playing surely don't need it, but it's something that you've got to have.
Well, with a minute left, Rickards has got a 2nd down and 1 at the Bulldog 49-yard line, down by 5.
Tripp's taking his time getting the water to Coach, man. He's like, come on, man. Come on. There you go. He got the water to him. So we've got another one of our players dehydrated, a little sick on his stomach, probably getting hit and dehydrated like that. So now they also make a product in a powder form that's not the same product, but it sort of works too. But BioLite I found is absolutely fantastic. They actually made that product for people going through chemotherapy with the upset stomach. to help them get through that. But there's a lot of effects, whether it's dehydration, is made also for dehydration. Rogers comes off the field as he gets back. So here it is right here, folks, with a minute left in the game. Here we go.
2nd down and 1. Rickards, 3 receiver set, 2 to the far side. Ball's on the far hash. Back to pass are the Raiders. Under pressure. Throw ball in the middle of the field, and that ball could have been intercepted, but underthrew the defense as well as his own receiver. 3rd down and 1 coming up for the Raiders. .48 ticks left to go in this football game. Ball at the Bulldog 49-yard line. 3rd down and 1 for the Raiders. Down by 5.
Of course, 2-down territory, so we need to hold them here and one more play.
4 receivers set, ball on the far hash. 1 man beside his quarterback in the backfield. The Raider quarterback back to pass, looking to his right, throwing to his right, has a completion out of bounds at about the Bulldog 42-yard line. 1st down and 10 for the Raiders with 42 seconds left to go in the football game.
Didn't run off a lot of time there. Just got to prevent the long play. Prevent the long play. We know they have to get in the end zone. They're in 4-down territory. We've got 42 seconds to play defense right here.
4 receivers set. Ball on the far hash. Back to pass on the Raiders. Throwing to the right side, and nobody home for the Raiders. 2nd down and 10 coming up for the Raiders with 37 seconds left to go in the game.
Throwing the ball, they won't. I don't know if they will run it. Are they doing empty back or no? I can't remember. They had 5 receivers or 4?
They have
4. Don't know if they will run battle. They can sneak something with 37 seconds. They do have.
He's back there.
They do not have any timeouts left showing on the board. We have all 3 of ours, if that's correct.
That ain't correct because we took some.
Oh, we sure did.
4 receivers set, man in motion, motioning to 5. That's battle in motion. They're looking at him, now throwing, and it has the completion of the near seam. And he's going to get tackled, but not before he gets inside the 20. Down to the Bulldog 14-yard line. 1st down and 10. 28 seconds left. Weren't there just 28 seconds left?
Yep. There was 32. The clock stops until they set the change. And they're going to call a timeout. Timeout by the Raiders. 28 seconds left, coming down to the last ticks. The ball be placed almost on the 15-yard line, just over the 15-yard line. And the Bulldogs have got to come up with a game plan here to get to the quarterback. You know, the first half we had almost 6, I think we had 6 sacks. Hold on just one second, I'll tell you. 5 sacks first half, and we have not had a sack on the quarterback yet.
It would be a good time.
It'd be a good time to do it right here, right now, as the Bulldogs trying to pull out the first game of the season and never beating Rickards. Quoted by
Rickards has got 1 timeout left.
Rickards got 1 timeout. Do we have any?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we took but 1.
Okay, they just hadn't changed the board. The board is messed up. All right, here we go. Rickards, Henry, and Battle in the backfield for the Raiders.
In motion to the near side. Rickards quarterback has the snap, rolling out to the far side, looking, now scrambling across the line of scrimmage, gain of around 6 it looks like, runs out of bounds with 22 ticks left on the play clock, or on the game clock, and he's
Do you feel like that was
inside the 10
only 6 seconds? Because it was 28. I just feel like that was more than 6 seconds, but it may not be.
2nd down and 5. Ball is at the Bulldog 9. 22 seconds left. Crestview up 23-18, but the Raiders threatening. They have 3 receivers, 2 to the near side. Ball's on the far hash. Man in motion for the Raiders. They're going to roll the quarterback out to his far side once again, and they have a completion very close to the goal line. They're going to mark him out, but it is going to be a 1st down. It's going to be 1st down and goal for the Raiders.
Wow.
right around inside, right around the 5, inside the 5-yard line. I can't tell, Scott. Can you?
Yeah, it's on the 2-yard line.
The 2-yard line. 16 seconds left to go in the game. We need a miracle, Tim.
Need a miracle. It's first down and another, I hate to say it, but another Crestview player down, dehydration. And a great time to have a dehydration and cramps is with 16 seconds and you trying to salvage this win. I'm surprised Coach Grant don't send somebody else out there to the kid laying down on the ground, and maybe Coach Grant's more offensively and letting the defensive guys get it. But listen, this is the ball game. This play right here is the ball game, because if the play takes long enough, by the time you set up, unless they spike it, it is first down.
Well, they have another timeout.
They do have one more timeout?
Yeah.
So they'll have one more timeout. But if we can get a stop, a loss of yardage is really ideal. We need to sack the quarterback or get a loss of yardage. They'll probably, with a timeout, I say Battle's going to get it right here. They're going to run the ball. They have time to run the ball on the 2-yard line. It is first down, so watch for the play in the backfield from Battle. 16 seconds left. Watch the running back.
And they're going to stay in the shotgun, as most teams do, regardless of the situation. 3 receiver set to the near side, ball in the far hash, man rushing for the Raiders. And they're going to run a quarterback direct up the middle, and he's going to get stopped short of the goal line around inside the 1. The Raiders are going to take a timeout with about 8 seconds left, and this could be the ball game.
We're going to keep it right here. I don't want to take a chance of missing anything. It is on the 1-yard line. Is it the 1, Scott?
Yes, spot on the 1.
And
right on the 1.
Now, if they don't get this, they don't have time to set
No,
up.
they're out of timeout.
So this is the ball game.
This is the ball game right here.
If they get tackled in bounds, if they throw, they could have a chance for maybe another play.
Right, if they throw. So maybe they will. Maybe they can do it.
High snaps would be great right now.
One of the high snap would be the ball game. This is it right here, people. What a great ball game actually it's been. Bulldogs.
I don't know. You'd almost want to just put a guy right over the center just for a little extra.
Oh, yeah. A little
pressure.
Just pressure. That's
pressure.
Right. That's right. This is it right here, people. 23-18. 8 seconds left. Bulldogs have got to stiffen up. Do you put an extra guy in the middle of the field to stop that inside run? We'll see. Here we go.
3 receiver set, 2 to the near side, ball on the far hash. Man in motion once again. Direct snap to the quarterback. He's going to take it. Jump pass. Touchdown, Rickards. Good play call.
Yeah, that was
out for the run.
Goosed him. Set up for the same play. The quarterback looked like he was going to run it, and he just does the Tim Tebow play and dunks it over the top. And how was 4 seconds run off there? How was that much time ran off? It was, what was it, 10? Was it 10? Oh, yeah, 6 seconds. Wow.
So 4 seconds left to go in the game. Rickards takes the lead 24-23. They're going to line up for the extra point. And the best we can hope for is
a run back. Well, they won't do that. They'll squib. They'll squib kick.
You would think. Extra point. It's blocked! And you can't return it in the high school. But let me tell you, you can't return it in high school, but you can in the pros, and that would have been unbelievable.
If that would have happened.
Well, if you run it back, it's 2 points.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
24.
Well, so here you go. You're down by 1. 4 seconds left. It comes to the last. At least with 4 seconds left, when's the last time you can say that there's, this such a close ball game? Most of the time we've either been blown out last year or we win by 2 or 3 touchdowns. There hadn't been such a close game, I don't think, in a while that it comes down to the last second. I mean, it's a little grim for the Bulldogs right here, right now. If you're Rickards, you do an onside? Do you squib it right here in the middle of the field?
You absolutely squib it. Yep.
Yep, in the middle of the field. You've got to kick it 10 yards, but right now there's a 20-yard squib kick. It's in the middle of the field, and you may have enough time to get down there and make the tackle even if the Bulldogs pick it up. So here's the last play of the game. Barring a miracle, the Bulldogs played a valiant game, 23-24. Rickards are on top, and here's the kick. Squib, now they're going to do a little pooch. Kicking high over the middle.
We're going to have a shot. That's
going to have a shot.
4. He's got a seam up the middle,
and
he's going to be wrestled down around the 37. That'll be the ball game.
And that'll be the ball. That'll be the ball game. That'll be the ball game. We'll be right back to wrap it up. 24-23. Bulldogs lose a close one. What a heartbreaker. We'll be right back.
When my wife and I were looking for a new home, we prioritized 2 things: the neighborhood and an amazing kitchen. We both love to cook, so the kitchen was an important factor, and we really wanted energy efficiency. Those considerations led us to a natural gas home.
We've heard about clean, affordable, reliable energy. It's true. We grill, heat water, cook, and heat our home with natural gas, and I'm shocked at how little our gas bill is each month. Find out for yourself at oklasagas.com.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat.
We will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
The drama, the heroism, the history, the excitement of World War II combined Labor Day weekend in Crestview Spanish Trail Park. The Crestview Cultural Services Division and Living History Corps present Race to the Rhine, a World War II reenactment weekend, September 1st through 3rd. Events begin daily at 9 a.m. Free admission, free parking. For information, call 850-398-5459. That's 850-398-5459. Don't miss it.
And when we come back, now that we've come back, I do want to just touch on that. World War II reenactment next weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday, they're going to gear it towards veterans and kids that are homeschooled. Y'all come out and watch that. It's at the Spanish Trail Park behind the amphitheater. They're going to be set up in the woods. There's a great interview Saturday morning at 8:06, and we talk about it. They're going to have real guns with blanks, of course, but they're going to do a couple war scenes. It's going to be really interesting. So, and then Saturday and Sunday, so the whole weekend, you need to just go on out there and check it out. They'll have all kind of things to eat and stuff like that. So it should be a really interesting time out there this weekend at Spanish Trail Park. Well, your final score here is a heartbreaker, 24-23. And as you look at it, Corey, as you watch the temperament and see Coach Grant trying to work, first game working out a lot of kinks.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes, a lot of pre-snap penalties, a lot of not being lined up or on the field on special teams, running guys on and off late, stuff that you would expect early on in the year, and then really the difference in the game, you hate to pin it on one thing, but the thing that changed the game in my was the kickoff return for a touchdown. Beginning the second half is what really flipped the whole game.
That flipped it. I believe it put the momentum in. They got the Dogs 3 and out real quick, and then came back and scored again. And that was with 7:42 left in the third. So they scored 15 points with only 5 minutes.
Not even, yeah.
You know, so, yeah, 4 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that. So that was the key, I think, like you said. But then, you know, whether it was gas, whatever it was here in the late, you know, it was a battle.
Yeah, you can definitely take away a lot of positives. We went down the field and scored a touchdown to go ahead, and just, you know, a lot of positives and a lot of things to work on.
We left about 20 seconds too much time on the clock. You know, know, like you said, you want to score as quick as you can. You don't want to not score and try to chew off the clock because it could backfire. But if that drive for the Bulldogs, if they could have scored with about, you know, I don't know, 30 more seconds chewed off the clock, I don't think they get down there and score because, you know, of course, they scored with 4 seconds left. So I guess if you look at it that way, even if they took off 10 more seconds, of course, you know, but you don't know. That's the way that rolls. Well, listen, next Friday night, we have Gulf Breeze right back here at Jack Foster Stadium. I do want to thank all my sponsors real quick, like, for helping us out this year. We'll be adding some more sponsors, but of course, the band show sponsor for years, 31 years, I think Joe said, has been KC Electric. Dixie Dan Powell's been my coaches show sponsor since 2000. The Kickoff Classic, Countdown to Kickoff this year is covered by the Holloway Agency. Halftime is covered by Okaloosa Gas. We appreciate all of our sponsors, Blackwater Country Club, Joey the Jeweler, Brackney Funeral Service, Powell & Powell, Attorneys at Law, Greg Watson, VLM Construction in the Cottage. Appreciate all you guys. Next week we have Gulf Breeze right here on a Friday night. Close game here, 24-23. The Bulldogs lose a close one to Rickards. Good night, everybody. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week.